All right. Oh, it says I'm live. Gotta go check everything first. Okay, that seems to be working. The word orange is in the corner. Nice.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and
There we go. All right. Well. All right. So what happened was my OBS crashed. Fully crashed because now all my settings are gone.
breathe. 3.
I gotta reset everything. Look at my changing screen. No follow bar, no upgrade, no updated pictures. So I gotta like restart everything.
Hey, do you know what?
The chat box is broken. The
Neither do I.
everything's just broken. So
Already forgot.
that sucks. But we'll see.
1.
As long as the stream stuff is working, I guess I can work with that. Everything else can just be customized later on. But we'll give it a couple more, a little bit more. I gotta refine the font that I was using for like all of the stuff that was going around. But as long as we got the basic OBS game display and stuff going, this should be fine.
2.
But yeah, all my settings are gone. I'm gonna remake them all again. All my profiles are gone, so I gotta remake them again. My goal picture thing is gone, so I gotta remake it again. So I gotta get my Krillin picture back. And then I just gotta refine the font that I was using again, and then everything will be back to normal at least. As for the audio situation, we'll see how that goes along. So far I turned everything down so that's a little bit lower. And I can at least be overheard with some of it. Okay. But for now.
Let's go somewhere.
Even my hotkeys are gone. Alright, well. Now that I got it, most of it fixed, well, the general stuff fixed, however, we can just wait until everything gets back to normal. On probably Tuesday.
1, 2,
I mean, my starting screen and my ending screen are the same.
4.
Just my display of my freaking wallpaper engine. The one thing I have to worry about is just the Elgato capture, which is now fixed. At least the audio stuff is something I would have to worry about. Well, just a little stuff. Oh my god. I was at 76, right? When it came to reaction videos. 75, 76? One of those two. I don't know. It was 70 something. Okay, Fremune, Lynette, and Linny.
Now guess, what suit will this next card be?
A bare teeth cat?
Well, well, look who it is.
Traveler, Paimon.
Hello, everyone.
Looks like you're recovering nicely from an A.
Thanks to everyone's support. Oh, right. I managed to work up the courage to thank Miss Clorand in person.
Whoa, how did she react?
She told me that it was nothing. It was as if saving a life wasn't a big deal to her at all.
She didn't want to stress you out, that's all. She's right, and it's best not to dwell on it.
Yeah.
Okay, but check this out. We went back to the opera house and we met the knave.
You met Father? Did she say anything to you?
She said a few things that were, a bit hard to understand. And also that she's looking forward to working with us in the future.
It's a little surprising.
Her attitude towards you is even better than what we'd imagined. That's fantastic.
Attitude.
You should believe her. She has her own way of doing things, and she'll do everything in her power to help those she considers close, which now might also include you.
Father is very capable, and also trustworthy.
Oh, Paimon just remembered that she thought Linny was a bit too proud as well. She said that you should learn how to rely on others sometimes.
Got it.
That does sound like something that Father would say.
Hey!
Are you going to stay here for the next few days?
Looks like it, yeah.
Excellent. I will host a tea party.
For real? Then Paimon wants another serving of cake.
Another implies that you were already served some delicious cake while you were up there. How lovely.
Uh-oh.
Well, next time, you're going to have tea and snacks with us.
Yeah, well, they seem to be okay for now.
Rise.
My mind is stuck on freaking Final Fantasy and ZZZ because I tried to run with X, then I tried to run with R2.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Okay, now we talk to Worsley. Ay, 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 ay. The stress of having to refix everything. It's making me tired now. Oh, they're gonna be the very bottom? I forgot there's a second floor to this one.
Jurier, Miss Sijouin told me you still haven't eaten.
Yeah, I was working on something, so I forgot.
That's no excuse for... Huh? What's you two?
Junior, Lurvine, we're back!
Hello there. It's been quite the mess here recently. How have you
We're
been?
fine, thanks.
And you? Are you still taking the secret passageway from the infirmary to work on the ship?
Yep. That is still top secret, though. So don't say a word to anyone.
It can be a bit annoying when there are lots of people in the infirmary, but I still prefer taking that route over the one from the Duke's office.
I mean, the infirmary does make it easier for you to slack off.
Oh yeah? Then why are you also here so much?
You two really are just using your jobs as a cover for your relationship, aren't you?
Not at all!
Okay, Withersley. Is he upstairs? Yep. What's the deal?
Do my eyes deceive me, or did I just see 2 inmates come back after making it to the surface? Some strange winds blowing of late.
We wanted to see how the fortress is doing. Is everything still alright?
We're fine, for the most part. Neuvillette came down and took care of the worst of it.
If that's the case, why don't you just ask him to stay here?
Oh, yeah, what a brilliant plan. Let's go convince the Eudex himself to exchange the Courts of Fontaine for a puddle of water in the middle of nowhere.
I don't think that's going to work.
He came here in a hurry and left without even stopping for a cup of tea. He did remember to take Miss Sigewinne's gift with him, though.
He sure sounds super busy.
Miss Cloran has left as well. She also took her gift from Miss Sigewinne.
Were the gifts milkshakes?
Neuvillette got the milkshake. Cloran received lipstick instead.
Those aren't even remotely alike.
Well, it's Neuvillette's own fault for making Sigewinne worried about his health by working so much. But besides that, our head nurse is still pretty fond of picking out beauty products for the ladies. Oh, and I have some gifts here for you as well.
Is it also from
Are
Sigewinne?
these from Sigewinne too?
Nope, they're from yours
Okay.
truly. You've already wrapped up your work at the fortress, so you can return to the surface at any time. You haven't yet served your full prison term, however, so you may continue to use your cell until your term is up.
For real? Then we could stay here for a really long time?
Is food still covered?
You may access the cafeteria for free.
Hooray!
Just remember to come complete your paperwork once it's time for your release.
So we're free to leave prisoners? Okay. So it is not really fully handled, I don't think. Because it's like the problem is just gonna get worse. They put a lid on it, and that's basically all that's happened so far. Alright, well, we're free to leave. I guess we can talk to Neuvillette about what's going on, I guess. Oh no, we just gotta go back to the dormitories. The funny thing is how much a part of the story you had left. It's just the wrap-up part. And there's one more act after this, isn't there? Actually, now that we're at that situation. If we don't have the 2 story missions, or the rest of the story missions unlocked, it means there's more chapters to this act that I need to finish.
We're back in our cell again. We're no longer prisoners though, so it really doesn't feel the same.
Feels like we've regained our freedom.
Mm-hmm. Being free sure feels pretty special now.
Paimon, is there something you'd like to say?
Huh? How did you know?
Because you usually just immediately fall asleep.
Hey, that's not true! All right. Okay, Paimon just wanted to say that we really are an amazing duo after all. It's like we've now gone to so many places together and become friends with so many people. We've never stopped traveling or stopped meeting new friends. There are so many bad things in the world, and we're just 2 people, but we've still been solving problems no matter where we go. Isn't that pretty cool?
We're the best adventurers ever.
You're counting Paimon today? Aren't you the only adventurer
Being a
here?
guide counts too.
Then let's ask Catherine to give Paimon an adventurer handbook as well. Paimon will also be an adventurer from today forward.
You can double my my materials that I get.
Just our thoughts making Paimon giddy. Paimon's gonna crash, so you sleep soon too. The last time we fell asleep here, we woke up to a whole mess outside our cell. The primordial seawater nearly rose up. That was
We
so
still haven't found out
scary.
what Child's up to. Are we gonna have another dream?
We should be safe now, right?
We'll be fine, so don't worry, Paimon.
All right then. Good night to you, traveler.
Yep. Looks like we're still connecting with Child for now. Wait, is he in the primordial sea? It's the dragon. Or just the giant whale. Act 4. Or is that the connection that Child has? Because his is a giant whale, isn't it? Now that's a whale of a tail. Wait until the next day. Wait. Turn to the dormitories. Some time has passed since the incident in Fortress of Meripede, and your sentence here is almost finished.
Now for a little rest after breakfast. This is the life. Wait a sec. Isn't something important supposed to happen today? Oh, today's our big day! We're supposed to leave the Fortress of Meripede! Come on, we've got to go complete the release procedure.
Oh, they actually stayed for the 45 days. Well, it would be like, what, 36 days? Alright, we served our sentence. We can freely leave the Forest of Meripede whenever we needed to. But we served our sentence. So now we're free criminals. Alright, Withersley. You remember this act? Oh, nope. What? Talk to the receptionist. I thought we were supposed to talk to Withersley.
Please, sign here. This document will be effective immediately upon signing, and you two may exit the Fortress of Meripede via the regular channels.
It's been so long since we've been to the surface. Let's hurry up and... Huh?
What's happening?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, thanks. But I wonder what that tremor was just now.
Let's go ask the Duke.
A new life beginning. Now we talk to Wizard, I think. That would have to be the busting of the primordial water thing. Or the cap of whatever that was supposed to leak through. Or something really huge hit the fortress. My hands smell like chicken.
Your Grace?
Ah, good to see you two. Is there something you wish to see me about?
Yeah, what was with that earthquake just now?
Ah, that. The tremor didn't originate from the seafloor. In fact, it seems it came from the surface. Over the years of serving as the warden here, I have developed a sense for distinguishing between what occurs on the surface and what occurs underwater. Besides, the seal that Monsieur Neuvillette set in place won't fail so easily.
So the fortress is okay?
If you recall our last incident, if there really were a problem, there would be crowds of inmates in a panic right now.
Huh, you've got a point. Okay, seems we need to get back up to the surface and ask about what happened.
It would be way too long if they did Shakespeare, if Alcor did Shakespeare. Because it had to be surprisingly. With enthusiasm. With utter disdain. It would be funny though.
By the way, do you know what day it is today?
I believe today is this month's pipe cleaning day.
Wait, seriously?
Actually, today is the day we say goodbye to the fortress.
Ah, yes. Have you completed your release papers?
Yep. It's you two. Are you leaving now? That's right! Today is our last day in prison! But now that Paimon says that, it doesn't feel like we were confined here. It's actually been pretty nice.
A lot of people have helped us out.
Oh yeah, Paimon feels fond of this place now. Then be sure to come back and visit. I'll miss you.
If you've signed the release papers, then you're free to go. The guards will escort you out.
You're not going to see us off?
I knew you'd ask. All right, sure. Let's go.
Well, you actually agreed. No worries, you must be busy. Paimon was just joking.
Ah, so you do have a polite side, I see.
After being down here for so long, I imagine you must feel like you're lacking companionship. Shall I come along too?
No, that's alright. It's not like we'll never visit again.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll come back to see you. Paimon really likes the cafeteria here. The chefs sure do know how to make good grub.
I hope you won't be here as convicts the next time I see you.
We'll do our best to stay out of trouble. Well, it seems our work in the Fortress of Meripede is finished. That's the end of another chapter in our journey. And since Neuvillette was the one who asked us...
But what about Child? We still haven't found them.
We should probably go report to him now. Next up, the Palais Mermonia. You're going to see Monsieur Neuvillette? Please pass on our kind regards.
I'm sure just your regards will do, no?
I believe it would be the polite thing to do.
You're right. I've heard the Palais has been terribly busy these days. Tell him that I hope he hasn't been overwhelmed by the recent string of troubles.
Alright, now we just go to Neuvillette office. And I think that'll be part of the chapter 5 that's being put into place, I guess. Whatever's supposed to happen next. Oh. Lift. Go to the Plasma Moria. Monia. Ammonia? Let's see if it actually lets us out. This act as well, have fun. Okay, we'll see what happens. I just hope you haven't been drinking. No, it's way too early. I mean, I could start, but... The only thing I've been drinking is water and Dr. Pepper. Might need that drink soon. We'll see. Not really attached to anybody here. I like Withersley so far. Sigewinne is okay as well. I still don't trust Lyney or Lynette. Freminet is a solid neutral. Okay. Am I actually gonna be able to get out this way, or do I have to teleport again? Seems like I have to teleport again. I don't trust the Knave because they're Fatui right now. Farina's whatever. I haven't gotten really connected with these characters yet, so unlike freaking can't remember the name now. Unlike all the characters from Lingwei and what is that place called? What is that place called? I'm trying to think of the last place I visit. Damn it! I can't remember it now. It's been too long. But yeah, it looks like we have to just teleport there. We're gonna go visit Neuvillette, so. Like, I got to really know Nahida very well. And some of the NPCs I knew better than some of these characters in freaking Fontaine. I mean, I guess the only one that I actually like more is probably Navia. Patrice Margarita Annalise Cardinal. How dare you? Okay, the Pellis Memoria. Look, side quest. I mean, a lot of the characters from Inazuma was actually I got connected to as well. But so far in Fontaine, not very much other than Navia and Worthersley and Sizween. Those are the only ones I kind of got to know a little bit more. But we'll see. There's still much to be said. That guy's having trouble.
The Palais Mermonia sure is buzzing with activity today.
Halt! Huh? Oh, it's you two. Apologies. Monsieur Neuvillette did say you'd be welcome at any time.
Was this Melusine about to arrest us?
Excuse me. Would you mind helping me take a look at this report?
I'll be right there. Sorry, I've got my hands full here. You can see yourselves in.
Everyone's so busy. Seems a lot has been happening.
They're probably doing research on the prophecy. Or a lot of crime did happen.
Neuvillette!
Hello. You've come at the right time, but you'll have to wait for just a moment, as there are some urgent matters I must tend to first. In the meantime, please, have a seat. If you'd like to have something to drink, let the Melusine outside know.
That's all right. We just ate.
Very well, then.
Let's take a break over there while we wait for him to finish his work.
That clock face wasn't moving whatsoever.
All right. That should wrap things up for now.
Are you done with your work?
Yes, sorry to keep you waiting. Today should be the day you were released from the Fortress of Meripede, and it appears that you've managed to complete all the release paperwork.
Going back to sleep, but seeing you suffering would be interesting. You know, watch the VOD later.
That's right, and we came here to see you right away.
You and Paimon tell Neuvillette everything that happens at the primordial scene today, as well as your dream child.
A massive whale.
Do you have any idea what that might be?
Judging from your description, that cannot have occurred in any ordinary waters, but rather something like the primordial sea. A whale of that size and shape cannot usually be found in the waters of Teyvat. Therefore, we can only assume that Child is presently immersed in primordial seawater.
Okay, so he's stuck in there.
Immersed in primordial seawater? But how? And is he okay?
Messiah is suffering life. He's not from Fontaine, so he won't dissolve.
Most people wouldn't be capable of entering in the first place. I'm not completely sure how he could have gotten there myself.
There's something we'd like to ask you about.
Yes? What is it?
Was that tremor we felt earlier? What was that tremor we felt earlier?
Right! Paimon felt it too! We asked the Duke and he said it wasn't from underwater, so we figured you might know something about it.
It turns out that I have just received a report about this particular matter. In fact, that's exactly what I was busy with a moment ago. The source of the tremor was here on the surface near Poisson. After the shaking stopped, the water levels in the Poisson area rose at an alarming rate.
The water levels rose? Oh no! What about all the people there?
Fortunately, the water levels only rose for a short period of time and have already returned to normal now. However, I still have a bad feeling about the whole phenomenon. If the change in water levels is connected with the leaking primordial seawater, then the situation in Poisson may be much worse than it appears.
Navia should be in Poisson, right? We need to go check on her!
Yes, Spina de Rosolia's headquarters is there.
I would also like to go there as soon as possible, but I'm afraid I can't leave just yet. We must immediately formulate disaster prevention plans for the surrounding coastal areas to avoid potential catastrophes. I'll have to ask you two to go to Poisson first. I'll meet you there to check on the situation once I finish things here.
Sounds like a plan.
There's no time to lose! Let's get going!
Please be careful.
Okay, so then we get on the Navia line, right? I think the Navia line heads to Poisson. Poisson? I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm going to play Final Fantasy today. Because I do want to start this other one that I've been meaning to get to for a long while. You got Shadow G Fuel? Pretty sure it's Navia line, right? This is the other line. Truly is Shadow G Fuel. This is the right line, right? Nope, it's not the line. It's the Clementine. There we go. Okay, Aquabus.
Okay, I'm back to work. Please take your seats. It's time for our merry departure. This Aquabus tour is bound for Romaritime Station, and I'm your tour guide, Aval. I'm here to tell you all about the amazing scenery we'll pass by on the Clementine line. Even though I'm not an expert tour guide, when it comes to interesting stories and important places in Fontaine, I definitely know a thing or two. I hope that my commentary will give you a newfound appreciation for this nation, and that you'll be inspired to visit every corner of Fontaine, just like Elfin was.
I still gotta run around this area. But for now, we want the story to be finished. So we get where you get to Netland.
Passengers, if you look into the distance, you'll see Elinas, large as a mountain. The hometown of us Melusines, Mercy Village, is right over there. There's a story about our hometown that I really liked growing up. The legends say that long ago, Elinas came to Fontaine and asked the people, "Is there anything I can do?" At the time, we Melusines were super tiny, and our hands were even smaller. And we were so sad that we couldn't build houses like everyone else. So the people said in unison, "Then why don't you become the home of the Melusines?" And thus Elinas just rolled over right there and poof! It's been a few hundred years since then. When you think about it, everyone in Fontaine and Elinas really is gentle and kind.
Okay, I'm gonna have to get off here in a second. I think it's just right outside the tunnel. This is giving me FOMO.
Okay, our boat is now passing through Poisson Tunnel. It's said that to deal with the crisis of the Second Diluvian period, some people thought about using the tunnel boring tech to hollow out the mountain and build a city inside. But if the water covered the mountain, wouldn't the people inside suffocate? Or were they going to build a super tall tower to breathe through? A tower like that would need to be super duper huge and really strong. Even with all the engineers and workers in the country, it would take hundreds of years to finish the work. So that plan definitely wouldn't work.
Just leave the bus. Oh. There we go. Okay, I believe I get on top of the mountain and then it should be around the whole area, somewhere around it. Because last time it just teleported me here. I was busy talking to Navia. Got more attached to the characters? I only have one, it's just Lynette. Party setup. Why did I go party setup? Not Lynette, Linny's. Oh. Well, it looks like they unlocked. Alright. Let's see. We'll do these quests. Oh, he's still locked out. These will be the following questions to meet the police chapter 1. Their characters include. Game is the rich. Might as well finish the main story. What does this one involve? They might be involved in this chapter, maybe. Wait a minute. I might as well just finish the main story and then get all the chapter done and then do all the side stuff later. Then it's just like story character missions, I think. Bird. What is with the bird? Yeah, I think we just continue the main story and then we'll talk to Charlotte and we get all that stuff done at another time. Besides all the stuff of the OBS breaking down, I've already been streaming for like 2 hours. Oh shit! Am I gonna hit the ground? Good. Later. We're past it? Get it?
Ignorant and
Please
vulgar.
appreciate my sincerity.
Emerge right now. Nice and spicy.
The banquet is nearing its end.
How inconsiderate of me. Did I scare you?
Mercy.
Water jet!
Emerge right now.
Apologies.
Having fun.
Banquet must go on.
Oh.
Please hope for forgive me, prior inconsideration.
Water jet!
I can still.
Right here. Emerge. Through me.
I hate when the Lady of Water teleports around.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Mirror images right here. Right now. You're toast.
She's using this freaking tent as a way to hide from the attack.
Wheel of Life. Opening box of Adeptitrix. This land is ice and snow. Ooh, pretty.
There we go. Wait, we haven't seen a way to use the coins yet. So that'll probably be unlocked later. At least I don't remember.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Rise.
Don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun.
Wow.
Can't run. Well,
Inconsiderate of me.
Emerge. Right here.
A gift for you.
don't be a killjoy. We've only just begun. Miscalculated.
Emerge. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Right now. Nice and spicy.
Life goes on.
Yeah.
Where's he at? There he is.
You need to hurry up. Roasted.
Right here. Emerge.
You need to hurry up. This was well done. Yeah. You need to hurry up.
What is that ball?
Roasted frog.
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
This was well done.
Faster? Okay, fast.
Yeah. Right now.
You need to hurry up. Feels clogged. Two. Water jet.
Oh, those heal me. Okay, interesting. The first time
on the
I
road.
used that ability, I went the exact opposite direction. I should have followed the houses. So what does the big Saturn looking thing do? Hey, what is this thing? Ooh, wait.
Oh no. What happened here?
Oh, great. Oh, the buildings here seem to be in pretty rough shape now. There's nobody around. Where they all dissolved? No, let's not assume the worst yet.
Navia should be around here, right? We need to make sure she's still... Paimon means we need to check on her.
Oh, great. Just when I was getting to like these people.
seen a single soul all the way here. Oh, this is getting scary.
What will I ever do now?
Look, there's someone on the roof over there.
Just stay put. We're coming up. Watch your balance.
All right, just hurry. I'm not young anymore. How will I survive on my own? My Desiree!
Oh, he looks pretty sad.
My leg! My leg! How could this have happened? It hurts!
Just hang in there. Help is on the way. You can hold my hand if it makes you feel better.
Spinetta Vizula. What happened to her leg? Did she break it or something? I mean, if part of it had been dissolved, that would have been the thing I would have been worried about, but... Because they had to be fully submerged in order to be fully dissolved. But if a part of them was dissolved, it'd be another case altogether. Why did I go this way? Oh, because it's pointing me in this direction. She's right here.
Oh, it's Navia. She's over there. Hey, Navia, are you okay?
You're here.
We heard there was a situation in Poisson, so we came as quickly as we could.
Yes. As you can see, the water level suddenly rose. It caused quite the disturbance, in fact.
Demoiselle! There was a wounded resident next to a building southeast of here. We've already transported him to safety, but we've run out of medical supplies.
He's wounded? How badly?
He fell, so it's probably a broken leg. He's pretty shaken up. When the water level rose, he desperately climbed up to the roof. Once the water receded and he saw the ground, he became terrified and eventually...
He jumped down then. Find the leader of Squad 1 and tell him to take the wounded resident to see a doctor. He should know where to go.
Understood. I'll take over his search and rescue mission in the meantime.
All right. You'll be in charge.
Wait, where are the other two?
I'm sorry. Where were we?
The situation in Poisson?
Ah, right. Allow me to explain. A little earlier, we suddenly heard a loud noise. At first, everyone thought that something might have exploded on an aquabus. But before we knew it, water started pouring out from everywhere. The rushing water seemed a little odd, almost like the unique color of primordial seawater. Some people didn't realize the danger and thought it was just ordinary water, leaking from somewhere. Everyone on the street who happened to be close to the water didn't have a chance to escape. As the water levels rose, they suddenly disappeared. They were all dissolved. Those who realized what was happening started to flee in a panic, desperately trying to get to higher ground. Many were injured in the stampede, and some people fell from significant heights. The Spina di Rosula initiated rescue operations as quickly as possible, but there have been a lot of casualties. Fortunately, the water began to recede after some time, and the chaos came to an end. The water that flooded the area contained primordial seawater, so the lower levels of Poisson are still hazardous. To ensure everyone's safety, I've asked the people there to leave as soon as possible. No one knows if this could happen again. All we can do for now is try our best to help evacuate the residents. We still haven't completed the head count, but we'll have some numbers soon.
How awful. And all of this just came out of nowhere.
It was quite frightening indeed. I only wish that everything that just happened was a bad dream.
Is there any way we can help, Navia?
Yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you for being so willing to help in a moment of crisis like this. You don't know how much it means to me. I really can't express how grateful I am.
Wait, we're missing some people, aren't we?
Don't say that, Navia. That's what friends are for.
By the way, where are Melus and Silver?
Demoiselle! We've got a situation here!
I'll be right there. Sorry, I need to go for now.
And off she goes. Seems it might be a while before she can take a break.
What happened to Melus and Silver? Navia walks around talking to many people organizing various matters of discussion. The quick response is reasonable. She faced
The wounded are being tended to,
number of people.
and we finished a preliminary head count. More support has just arrived, so I suppose I finally have a moment to focus on my own matters. Of course, we should remain ready for anything, and continue doing our best to rescue others. I'll be sure to have everyone at the Spina di Rosula ready to render assistance.
How are your feels? This is just sad. Like, to think that like 45 days ago she was like celebrating that her father was proven innocent, and for this to happen out of nowhere.
Traveler, Paimon, would you two accompany me to my father's grave for a moment?
Huh? Right now?
I understand.
Thank you.
I'm headed the wrong way. Don't worry, it's going to get worse. Great. Like they lost like half their citizens just in this cave. The water level rose. This happened on release day as well. Great. Emo was a hint.
Not a lot of people here, huh?
Well, given the time of day and the whole situation in Poisson, Paimon doesn't think there'd be a ton of people here visiting graves.
Right. That's how things are now. The living are so exhausted that they've no strength to spare any words for the dead.
Navia?
There's no need to push yourself so hard.
sorry. I just... Malus and Silver, they won't ever come back here again. What should I do, Papa?
Huh? What happened to them?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Everyone agreed on the rescue plan, but still, I was the one who initiated it. They were helping evacuate the residents, but they couldn't leave in time. And they were caught in the seawater.
What should we do?
I've known them for so long. And I know they weren't afraid. But I could at least hold a funeral for my father. And I know where he rests. But as for Malus and Silver, they're just gone. I just can't.
Everything looks so clean after it rains. Even the gravestones. I didn't expect that you'd enjoy a glass of red wine in front of Master Callus's grave.
I can understand. Besides, the scenery here isn't half bad.
See, it's not just me. I always want to bring something when I visit Papa. Perhaps we might even have a picnic. He wouldn't be angry, would he?
How could Master ever be upset with you, Demoiselle? Yet the cemetery is the home of those who have passed, is it not? Everyone ends up here sooner or later, no matter who you are.
Buying yourself a plot in advance, are you?
No need yet. But when I do, I hope you'll let me be buried beside Master Callus, Demoiselle.
Hey, stop joking around.
I'm quite serious. That way, it'll save us both the trip to see each other whenever you visit your father's grave.
That makes sense. In that case, could I be buried on his other side?
After all, besides you, Demoiselle, the two of us could certainly be considered Master's closest companions, no?
Personally, I believe we fill those shoes just
Now
fine.
she can't even collect their bodies.
Why are you bringing this up all of a sudden? Seriously. All right. I'll remember your requests.
But I'd really prefer not to talk about this stuff. And what do you mean by saving me a trip? I'd make the journey even if I had to visit you two somewhere else.
I'd promised to let them rest in peace here. But here I am breaking that promise. I'm sorry for letting you see me in a mess like this. I don't usually cry, really.
Paimon doesn't know how to help you feel better. But, well, she understands how you feel.
I'd always thought I could make my wishes come true. But now that I think about it, that never solely relied on me. Many things can only be accomplished with someone else's help. Malus and Silver have helped me so much. But by contrast, I could do nothing for them. I'm so sorry.
You can spend as much time as you need here, Navia. We'll stay with you.
Yeah, we're here for you.
Thank you. Right now, you don't know how much that means. By the way, you can have a look at this. It's a list of victims from the incident that took place here.
Obena, Khan, Burnett, Giverny, Francine, Karina, Daisy Ray, Joinville, Jolianne, Esson, as well as Malus and Silver.
So about that drink. I'm thinking about it. Oh, this is just sad. Ah, man. Yeah. Fuck, man.
You guys were right.
So, everyone else is safe. But still...
It's okay. I know what you're thinking. And you're right. We lost Malus and Silver. But we were able to save more than we anticipated. The overall outcome indicates that the cost was worth it.
No one's sacrifice is truly necessary.
Right! Don't think that way, Navia. One person might be saved at the expense of another, sure, but that isn't something we should ever consider a trade. Malus and Silver were not the price for saving anyone. They're heroes.
You're right. Thank you, Paimon. What you said just now was pretty amazing, actually. I'll remember your words.
Oh, really?
Seems you've become more eloquent in the time since we last met.
Huh?
The knave? What are you doing here?
Is everything going well on your side?
Yes, my people are carrying out the mission according to your request. All the residents of Poisson have been evacuated, and we're preparing to relocate them to higher ground. As for these supplies, we have everything taken care of. There is no need to worry.
Thank you very much.
Wait, do you two know each other?
We just met recently. Right, Miss Navia?
Usually, I would call this a coincidental encounter. But that doesn't quite fit this time. Besides, it never even crossed my mind that a Fatui Harbinger would come looking for me. Thanks to the Knave, Spina di Rosula received generous support from the Fatui, which allowed us to complete the rescue and evacuation work so quickly.
Mutual aid is essential to fostering positive developments. We were already in the area, in any case, so it was nothing. That said, I must say that you're a lot sharper than you let on. I'm sure you understand what I mean.
I apologize for all the ways in which I tested you previously. We've never worked with a Fatui before, and it's extremely important for us to know who we're working with. My subordinates have reported that Fatui soldiers have been observing water levels and taking head counts in various locations. I hear that they've also prepared a large amount of emergency supplies. I'm quite surprised.
What is the knave after?
This is nothing to brag about, nor do I intend to. It is simply the way of powerful organizations to act forcefully, whether they are doing good or ill. You've witnessed that firsthand.
I know that a lot of the Fatui Harbingers, specifically the named Fatui Harbingers, like the Doctor and the Knave, hire their own situations differently. But what is she doing this for? I mean, she is a native to Fontaine, I believe. I don't remember.
As I've told this traveler before, I know of the prophecy, and I intend to prevent the impending disaster. Lending your organization a hand was a natural first step in accomplishing that. As such, do not be troubled by this token of our sincerity. Perhaps one day, you'll also be able to help me in the same way.
Without your help, there would have been many more casualties. I won't forget your kindness.
Especially since Spina di Rosula is like its own organization within Fontaine.
Furthermore, I sincerely regret what happened to Malus and Silver. I only wish that my people could have arrived a little earlier to prevent this from happening.
Don't say that. You and your subordinates did everything you could. As Paimon said, Malus and Silver didn't choose to sacrifice themselves for any specific person. And they weren't the price paid for other salvation. They chose to become heroes themselves. I've never liked hearing people put it that way. It's like trying to relieve pain by saying some noble-sounding words. But right now, there's nothing more suitable. They really did become heroes.
You're right. I'm sorry for your loss, Miss Navia. Water is life to Fontaine's people, and it also spells disaster. It's no wonder that people always say that prophecies represent fate. Fortunately, I've never been one for such opinions.
So, you're one who will try to change fate then?
Of course. That is why I'm going to Hotel Bouffe de Terre. I still have some things to take care of, and the children need my attention. By the way, Traveler, Paimon, one more thing.
Alright, then we'll just... Huh? This isn't right. Paimon thought you would ask us to walk with you for a moment so you could tell us something in private.
That is a clever and useful conversation technique, which I do like to use when necessary. But there's no need today. It would not hurt to have Miss Navia listening in. Traveler, I'm sure you remember that I said we could work together when we had the chance. You and I both know that there may be issues with the Primordial Sea. Previously, it was the Fortress of Meripede's sluice gate, and this time it was the water levels in Poisson. These are both signals.
So, the time for jolly cooperation has come.
Indeed. Allow me to share the latest intel I've received from the House of the Hearth's intelligence network with you. During some recent investigations, a child claimed to have discovered some ruins near Poisson. The ruins date back to ancient times, and seem to be worth investigating in many ways. Judging by the dating of the ruins, they may be related to the prophecy and the coming crisis. The situation is becoming more urgent, so any pertinent information will prove extremely precious. My people initially came to prepare for ruin exploration. Unexpectedly, this disaster struck, and at present, we're all busy prioritizing the rescue effort.
So that's why the Fatui were already in Poisson.
I wanted to take the children along, but unfortunately, Linny, Lynette, and Fremine have all been dispatched to higher ground to assist affected residents. Linny told me that outside of the house, the person they trust most is you.
Okay.
Which is why I want to give you this task.
Are you sure that's okay?
The House of the Hearth's members see each other as family, but Linny, Lynette, and Fremine said that they also see you as such, even though you are not from the house. I'm sure you already understand how earnest they consider their friendship with you to be.
I'm still judging them.
Oh! That somehow makes Paimon feel kinda happy.
After they lied to me.
The intel I just shared about the ruins could fetch a high price. But since the children consider you family, it's only natural that I freely share it with you.
Got it! So all we gotta do is go to some ruins, right? We can handle that.
Excuse me, but may I tag along?
You wish to join, Miss Navia?
But are you sure you're up to exploring some ruins? You need to rest.
Just lost a lot of people. And the water's still a threat.
Well, I'm sad, yes. But I can't just go back and plop myself into a chair by the roadside and do nothing. There's no point in being depressed while we still have a disaster on our hands. As my father's successor, I must live up to the hopes he had in me. Besides, I'm also doing this for myself. I need something, a distraction, to keep my mind off Malus and Silver.
Navia's strong, but she needs company right now. We can be that company if she goes to explore the ruins with us.
Since you put it that way, I have no objections. What do you say, Traveler?
We'll go to the ruins together.
All right. The ruins are to the south of Poisson. Here's the map.
Okay, the three of us will handle it. Come on, let's pack up and get going.
Sun bad, disco good. That should have been the title today. So... I needed to say something. So I get a little bit of updates from the Neuro Eclipse channel. And I think I talked about it before, but I read the fight that Neurosama had with Grok about the sun. And I just remembered the last little bit. Sun bad, disco. That's the only thing I remember from that conversation. It's just so hilarious. Because you can see that, like, the trolling nature of Neurosama and, like, Grok trying to handle the information at the same time. It's kind of funny because you can see, like, the attitude difference and, like, how Grok is also growing, like, some type of attitude as well. Just because of Neurosama saying the sun is bad. Something along the lines of people don't need to go out to see the sun. They can just use artificial light in order to be able to get this the daily vitamins. And then freaking Grok's like, no, that's not true. Uh-oh. Where am I going now? Where's this taking me? It just sent me backwards.
Emerge, right here.
Go. Play.
I didn't know my ability actually healed me.
Okay, faster.
Now I have 2 healers.
So, are these the ruins the knave was talking about? Whoa, talk about old.
They seem to be pretty ancient, all right.
Let's go in and have a look.
Just be careful.
Wait, what? Idiot. Censorship. Okay. Witness the Poisson disaster? That's what the freaking thing's called? It's so fucked. Okay, let's do a 10 pull. For now, yeah. Well, it's too bad. Layla, okay. I don't have Layla. And we got a weapon.
One, two, breathe. 3, 4.
Mika. Sumeru. She's from Sumeru?
Get it together. How did I do that?
This is snake person, right? Yeah, everyone snakes. Okay, need Frost Razor Vine, and then grass. Violet grass. Violet grass. He has the flute, right? Okay, what do I have that's could work for him? Another sky sword. What does she need? I have some of those, don't I? The general stuff, right? The general's ancient helm. What's the gladiators? Flower of accolades, the Millilinth. Yes, the Millilinth. Never needed a piece of the Millilinth. Martial artist. Heart of depth. Do I not have one? I don't have another piece of the Millilinth. The one piece I do have is given to somebody else already. So I need some more of the Millilinth stuff. Was it the Wanderer's Troop? Sands of Eon? Yeah, it's the Wanderer's Troop, okay. I am very sure I have an entire set of Wanderer stuff. I'm very sure. That's the Wanderers as well. And the Wanderers. Hers is the Conductor. I don't think I have a Conductor set. Got the Instructor. Good. The Wandering Troop. So I think I need to go after that one at some point. Wait. Just realized. This needs to change. I need... Wait. This is Dendor damage.
One.
Okay. Okay, another 15. All right, now Chi-Chi is also level 60 now. I gotta remember about the artifacts and stuff like that. I gotta start, if I'm gonna keep playing, I have to start farming for artifacts. Especially since I want Kuki in my party as well. Okay.
Right now. Right here. Right now. Right here. Emerge. Right now.
Bombs away!
Life goes on.
Gooba, get them!
Kunda kunda na. All right. Oh shit!
Floor here isn't safe.
Yeah, it isn't safe. It fucking killed me.
Feel our breath. Right here. Right now. Right here.
I thought I was gonna have to climb over that wall, and it just dropped me, and I died. Right.
This place has also been contaminated by primordial seawater.
Yeah. And a lot of it, too. A Fontanian would most likely dissolve the moment they
You should
fell
go back
in.
to safety, Navia.
Right! You can't go down if there's primordial seawater. It's too dangerous, and it won't be any help for you to just stay here. Don't get Paimon wrong. We're not saying you're useless. It's just that...
No, you're right. I can't do anything in this situation. I'll leave this to you.
Look of things here.
That complicates things. Maybe the only way left is forward.
In that case, do you want to wait for us here?
The water levels here are unstable, and there's a chance the water will rise. So, staying here wouldn't be safe either. I'll go together with you. Perhaps we'll find the exit just up ahead.
Seems like there isn't any other option.
All right. Come with us for now then, but please be careful. Oh no, it's a dead end! Let's try climbing over from the side.
Okay, well, we found a way around. Whoa. It's a lot of water.
Wait! There's something wrong with this bridge! Run for it!
What? Throw it! Throw it! Throw it! What if Child ended up here? Wait, where's she at?
Demoiselle?
Huh?
Demoiselle, what are you doing here by yourself? Would you be standing here till dark if I hadn't come to get you?
Maybe she just wants some time to herself, Malus.
Hmm? Oh. Was I sleeping?
Yes, it would appear so.
I must be tired.
That's quite possible. However, you were the one that suggested we go out for a walk.
Oh, right. I nearly forgot. It must have slipped my mind when I dozed off. I haven't had a nap today yet. Have I? This is a familiar feeling, yet something's a little strange.
Is something the matter, Demoiselle?
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. I was just trying to recall why we came out for a walk.
Do you remember Mr. Giverny? He'd requested our help before with foreign merchants who had a debt dispute with him, and we'd resolved the matter not long ago.
We were headed to see how things were going with him at the moment.
Is this what happens with part of the Primordial Sea?
Ah, right. Yes. I remember now.
Oh, Miss Navia. Ah, Mr. Malus. And Mr. Silver, too. It's good to see all of you.
Is this how the Primordial Sea kind of dissolves people?
How have you been?
I've been great. Thanks to your help, those bothersome merchants finally realized that I wasn't the one they were looking for. Why, I wasn't even the guarantor for that person. They were knocking at my door day and night. Even my neighbor Obina was getting fed up with them.
Sometimes force is required to calm someone down and get them to listen to what you have to say.
That's right. Oh, by the way, Burnett, what was it that you wanted to give to Miss Navia again?
Oh, yes. One moment, I have it right here. Miss Navia, these are some flower seeds that I prepared. Please take them. They're a very good variety, and they'll become very big and beautiful once they bloom. I don't know what we would have done without your help, so this is a little token of our appreciation. I hope you won't refuse.
Is this like the Ivana system? When they're submerged in the water?
Did you cultivate them yourself? Thank you so much. I'll certainly take them. Malus, we do still have some empty flower pots at home, right?
Why, we can have as many pots as you'd like, Demoiselle.
Perfect. In that case, we'll swap out some of the decorative plants for some of Mrs. Burnett's flowers.
Very well.
Wait. Something seems to be off here. Excuse me, madam. If I'm not mistaken, your name is Burnett, correct?
That's right. Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. This is the first time we've ever met, but your name seemed familiar to me. I must have heard it when I was discussing things with your husband previously. I've heard this name before. Sometime recently, I'm sure of it. And why are there so few people around here? Where did everyone go?
We must mind the time, Demoiselle. We still have important things to attend to today.
Huh? We do? Like what?
Well, now, did you forget?
Miss Navia, here you are. I've been looking for you. Please, come to the Opera House. Your trial is about to begin.
My trial? Wait, why would I need to go to the Opera House?
Yes, she's right, Demoiselle. It's just about time now, so we should get going.
Oh? All right then.
Jamaican. Jamaican.
Look, it's Navia. She's here.
And her two attendants are with her. Goodness, everyone's finally here.
There sure are a lot of people here to see the trial. And they all seem to be oddly excited about something. I even know some of these people. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen. Why are so many people here? And why do I have no recollection of this case? And as for the judge... huh? Where's Monsieur Neuvillette?
Please sit in the defendant's seat. Don't worry, Silver and I shall accompany you.
All right. But are you sure you can stand behind me?
Typically, it wouldn't be allowed, but today is an exception.
Hey, what kind of place do they think this is?
Come on. Do they have any idea what they're doing?
Seriously.
Enough with the whispering! Could someone please tell me where Monsieur Neuvillette is? And why I'm standing trial?
My dear Miss Navia, have you not yet realized what you've done? In that case, allow me to explain. As all here know, you are Master Callus's successor, the head of the Spina di Rosula, someone held in high regard by every soul in Poisson. After you took over the Spina, you treated all of us just like the late Master Callus had. If anyone in need reached out to you for help, you responded. Not only you, but your butler, your subordinates, nearly everyone in the Spina di Rosula fought for the well-being of those in Poisson.
Wait a moment. Aren't you just proving that I'm a good person?
Yes, correct. Absolutely right. And that is why you stand accused. You have helped so many people get through so many difficulties. You are one with us. We are inseparable. We are one big family, all of us who are from Poisson, inextricably linked. And with you being so important, we couldn't possibly do without you. Therefore, this fair and honorable court shall declare you guilty, and you shall stay here. You will be together with us forever.
Huh? What are you saying? Everything you have said is correct. I have indeed done a lot for my hometown, and I would be willing to be with you all, but what is the purpose of having me stand here like this? What is there to discuss?
Oh, well, if that's what you think, then I have no further comments.
How wonderful, Miss Navia!
I know all these people. Why are they laughing?
I seem to remember now. Yes, I get it. This trial is...
Wait just a moment. This isn't right!
Malus?
What was that, Mr. Malus? Our conclusion is very clear and unanimous. Let the court judge her now. She's guilty!
Stay here, Navia! You're one of us!
Demoiselle, don't admit guilt. This trial means to keep you here forever.
I wish to exercise my right to defend Our Lady. Mr. Joinville, you only know of Navia's goodness, but nothing of her utterly independent mind.
She was born a free and independent spirit. She has never been tied down by anything. Indeed, even the death of Master Callus couldn't stop her.
Her actions cannot serve as proof that she identifies herself as part of any group. She merely acted as an individual, extending her hand to help others. Please do not mistake her actions as being otherwise.
Really? As an individual, you say? Don't forget, we are all Fontanians here. This is the nation of justice, the nation of Hydro. Even if Miss Navia only voluntarily rendered her assistance, that doesn't change the fact that her beautiful soul must return to everyone. Water accepts all, blends with all. It will surely accept her kindness. Everything is measured here in the nation of Hydro, and in the end, everyone shall meld together. Thus, when a unanimous opinion emerges, that opinion represents justice. Now, I speak for everyone. Our opinion is consistent. Navia should stay. We and Navia are one.
And you would call this justice? Preposterous. You are merely jealous that Demoiselle still has a chance to exist as an individual. Have you forgotten how much you all once longed to become individuals, to become independent?
Do you mean to defy our justice?
If your justice is flawed, then why should we acknowledge it?
As you said, we can also have our own justice. Silver and I shall defend Demoiselle. And that is how we will enforce justice.
Ugh, my head... It hurts.
Demoiselle.
Silver, it hurts. My head is spinning. All I can see is stars swirling in front of me. I remember now. Everything that seemed odd from the very beginning. Karina, Desiree, Joyville, Jolien, Essen, and Mr. Giverny and Mrs. Burnett, who we met earlier. Even Malus and Silver. I don't want to admit it, but they're all dead.
Don't be afraid, and don't admit guilt. We will protect you to the very end.
Absurd! Who are you to say that she cannot be judged? We are the majority, and in the nation of trials, the majority is absolute justice. We are the will of all.
Don't let them escape! We shall keep Navia here with us!
Mr. Malus and Mr. Silver, must you be so stubborn? How could the two of you possibly hope to stand against the collective? Do not resist. This judgment is fair and just. Navia belongs to us.
Is that the Oceanoid?
After all that happened, she should not be left alone in Poisson.
What are you saying?
No more excuses!
He says we're jealous. Jealous? How could she possibly be an independent individual?
What's with these people?
Who's jealous of her?
She belongs to us!
Miss Navia, she...
Silence!
That's... Monsieur Neuvillette!
Such commotion is prohibited in the court. The accusations you just presented are nonsense and cannot constitute a proper trial. The court will adjourn for the rest of the day. In this, I shall hear no objections from any unauthorized party.
Our thanks, Monsieur Neuvillette.
Please leave with me, Miss Navia, while there is still time.
But...
Go on now, Demoiselle. This is your only chance to leave this place. What, can't bear to leave us behind or something?
Malus.
My apologies. I couldn't resist making one little joke once I realized that this shall be our last goodbye.
Malus. Silver.
Quickly, you must come now.
Goodbye, Demoiselle.
Farewell.
So how's them feels? I need a drink.
No, wait! Just a second!
You're awake. Good.
Wait, he did get here.
I must have been dreaming. Malus and Silver were still alive, and they were defending me at some insane trial.
It looks like you're all right.
Did all the sad feelings cause you to have a nightmare? Paimon could give you a hug.
The ruins you were exploring suffered a cave-in. When I arrived, I found you falling toward the water. You were just about to be dissolved within, but I...
What is it?
I think I saw 2 Oceanids protecting you. It was only for a moment, perhaps even a fraction of a second, but they gave me the chance to retrieve you. Were it not for their intervention, I would not have been able to rescue you before your consciousness dissipated.
So it's fully when they're fully immersed, and then, but she had a chance to escape.
Wait, did you say Oceanids? You mean like what happened with Vache?
So, people that are dissolved become oceanoids.
Perhaps those 2 Oceanids were the people you saw in your dream.
I always told them that they didn't have to protect me. To think that they'd keep doing so even after death.
Please come with me.
Neverlet, are you okay?
Oh, I am quite all right. Perhaps there's something we could chat about?
Why do you look so stiff all of a sudden? Oh, Paimon knows. You're the type who feels awkward when there's nothing to talk about, right?
I merely thought that we should give Navia some time to herself.
Huh? Why didn't you just say so then? Don't you think it's even more awkward to call us over like this and then have nothing to talk about?
I suppose so.
By the way, Sigewinne sends her regards.
Ah, Sigewinne. I hope all is well with her these days. Her work in the Fortress of Meropide has not been too much for her, has it?
No way, don't worry. She's doing fine down there. She's an amazing
He has a
head
real
nurse.
soft spot for her.
I see. Well, that is good. I have always worried that Sigewinne would need a lot of time to understand the world of humanity, just as I have.
Oh, and the Duke also says hi. Even though Sigewinne made him do that. He hopes that you haven't been overwhelmed by all that's happened lately.
Thank you. I have indeed been busy lately, and I also hope that everything is going well in the Fortress of Meropide.
He still doesn't know what to talk about. Let's chat about something else.
You're the expert here, Paimon. What should we talk about?
So, Neverlet, you're probably quite the swimmer, huh?
Yes, of course.
This isn't going anywhere. Let's try something else. How did you find these ruins? Did the knave tell you?
Yes, in fact. I had arranged to meet you in Poisson, but when I arrived, I discovered that the Fatui were helping the residents evacuate. They had even transported a large quantity of supplies to the area. Amid my astonishment, I ran into the knave, and we had a chat. She informed me that she had asked you to investigate the ancient ruins here.
Yeah, we originally planned to meet up with you, but we thought you might still be busy with all those official documents. We didn't think exploring the ruins would take very long, and who would have thought you'd wrap things up so quickly?
I hope Navia can get back on her feet.
I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting like that. I'm feeling much better now. I guess we should get going again. Will you come with us, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind my company.
All right! Another one joins the party! Let's get going then!
Another one of these guys.
Emerge, right here.
Out of the frying pan, into the... That really hurt!
Go.
Whoa, another camera zoom out.
Oh no, another unstable path. Watch your step.
Nope, don't get stuck on stairs. Okay. Oh.
You almost failed that whole thing.
Held on by like small feet.
Watch out! There are rocks falling over here!
Ow.
Nice and spicy.
Oh, no. And I got rocks falling. Good.
Means we're almost at the top. Keep it up!
Good. Okay, good.
Yeah. Right here. Emerge. Rise. Sacred name, fortune preserver. Faster. Okay, yeah. I'm always watching. Right here. Oh.
Ow.
Right now, emerge. Go faster. Wow. Oh.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire!
Right here. Right now.
Go!
Okay, take the elevator up. A very big room. We didn't get an explanation for what that thing is or what it's doing. Investigate the space ahead.
Looks like we've reached the end.
This is the place? There should not be any other hidden spaces in the vicinity.
The path sure had some twists and turns, but it turns out that this place isn't actually that big.
There seems to be something on that wall.
Stone slates. It seems like they were put here as an offering. Could we take them down and have a look?
Perhaps we should just leave them be for now.
There are 4 locations in total, but only 3 stone slates. The slate that should be in the first empty spot is missing.
The surrounding walls also show signs of damage.
There's something written below. Let Paimon see. Reason dictates that this nation be destroyed. I shall record the history of its future here in its past. Say what?
It feels like someone left these slates and these words here for a purpose. But does he mean that Fontaine should be destroyed?
That would fit the circumstances dictated by the prophecy, yes. Indeed, the slate's contents correspond to it. Take the second slate, for example.
There's a person kneeling here. She seems so dedicated. And there's a whole bunch of other people behind her doing the same. She's facing this... what is this? Some kind of island in the sky?
And is that Lady Farina in the third image? Did the Hydro Archon fall into the water?
And is that a ring of people around her? Paimon doesn't quite get it. Are they all in the water?
The fourth image. I know this one. This exactly matches the content of the prophecy.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne.
Yes, they do seem to match. Wait, what is he doing?
More information should be hidden in these slates, but I fear I cannot easily uncover it, most likely due to us missing the first slate. I am very sorry.
Don't blame yourself, Monsieur Neuvillette. Deciphering ancient stone slates isn't one of your duties.
Ooh, Paimon's getting the chills just looking at these slates. This says that it's the history of the future, right? That means the prophecy's sure to come true.
I really hope it doesn't mean that.
Still, Paimon feels like these images are kind of weird when you look at them together.
The issue is the order of the third and fourth images, right?
That's right! If the images are in chronological order, shouldn't the fourth, the waters drowning Fontaine, come before the third, where the Hydro Archon herself falls into the water?
And yet the order is reversed here.
What sin are the people the image is confessing to?
If we go by timing, Lady Farina only emerges in the third image. That means that the person in the second image might be the previous Hydro Archon.
Egeria, then. I had never met her, but her appearance here does match the records.
Egeria?
The previous Archon kneeling before the floating island in the skies, as if confessing a sin.
Did she herself commit that sin? And if not, why would she be in such a posture? Also, I'm still wondering why these ancient stone slates are here at all. Judging from their contents, could this place be the origin of the prophecy? Does that mean that someone, or some people, once saw these slates?
But who would have created these slates and left these words here?
It seems that any further clues will have to come from Farina.
In that case, there's no time to lose. There's nothing else to be gained here, so let's head back first.
Yeah, we'd better get somewhere safe for now.
Honestly, who created the slates doesn't matter now. The real question is whether things will truly play out as the prophecy foretells or not. Alright. We pick up Farina, we throw her in the water. That's how we solve the problem. We just push her off and she lands in a primordial ladder. Really? That's what the prophecy says.
Let's split up here. I'm going to check on what's happening with the Spina. You know how it is. There's some things you just need to be there for yourself.
You still have energy for that, Navia? Paimon's already beat.
Just head back to the Fleuve Cendre and have a rest then. Thanks for keeping me company all this time.
I'll depart as well. Thanks for your hard work today. Rest well, everyone. Traveler, I will go talk to Farina tomorrow morning to ask about the stone slates. I'm sure that you're concerned about this matter as well. If you have time, drop by my office. I will share the results of our discussion with you.
Alright, I'll see you tomorrow.
Are you really gonna talk to her about this directly? Will that be a problem? Paimon's getting a little scared now that it's come to this.
She has long been harboring secrets and will not give them up easily, which makes it all the more my duty to ensure that she understands the present situation.
Alright, we'll leave it in your hands then. You're probably the best person to talk to her anyway.
I will be carefully considering my words tonight.
Traveler, Paimon, our safe house at the Fleuve Cendre is always open to you, as ever. So please don't think you're an imposition. All right. I'll be on my way then.
It's Farina hate. It's still going on. Navia ne voulait pas de party. When Paimon had to spin at the Rosa base at the Fleuve Cendre. Zendre. Zendre. Gimme jam.
Welcome back. We've got a special menu prepared for you two tonight.
Really?
Yay! And there's good food too! Navi, no, the boss is the best.
You did great as well, Paimon.
Ooh, desserts! Nice, these are all Paimon's! Paimon's already starting to forget what happened today.
Oh, that voice. Is that who I think
Wait.
it is?
Huh?
It's the witch.
It's you two. What are you doing in Fontaine?
Did the stars not tell you that we might meet here?
Seriously, nobody just uses a scry glass whenever they've got time to just see who they'll meet on the road.
What is she doing here?
Still, we didn't expect to see you here. Wait, you're not a Fontanian, are you, Mona?
Well, I have some business to attend to here, so I booked a hotel in the city. I was just out for a stroll when I bumped into you. Quite unexpectedly, if I might add.
She didn't answer her question.
Why did you think I was from Fontaine, though? Is that because Magistus doesn't sound much like a Momstatter surname?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Well, I used to have my own surname, which was, well, some other thing. Either way, the old hag told me when she took me as her disciple that the first step to being a great astrologist's pupil was to change that name. There was nothing for it, really. She really is amazing at astrology, so I changed my name to what it is now according to her wishes. To my surprise, however, Magistus is not the name of some ancient house or clan.
It isn't?
Nope. Although it is used by us in place of surnames, it generally just means great.
Wow! Imagine including a boast in your name. Wait, are you gonna have to put that into your genealogy as well?
I reckon so. In any case, I'd give my disciple a name like this as well, if I were to take one.
May I ask what your master's name is?
Astromancer Barbeloth Trismegistus.
Whoa, that's a long one. Does it also mean great or something?
My name means Mona the Great Astrologist. As for the old hag, hers is, in plain speech, the thrice as great Scholar of the Stars. Just take it as a title specific to astrologists.
Triple as great scholar.
Thrice as great? That's so petty.
I know, right? That's just how she is. She used to call herself Magistus, actually, but when she took me in, she changed her name to Trismegistus.
Talk about excessive.
Magistus is thus the calling card of our school, so to speak, which makes it about the same as a surname. It's all right if you don't get it. You can look into it further should you need to study astrology more deeply.
How about Triple Strength Traveler?
Terrible! But anyway, you're not Fontanian, are you, Mona? You're from Mondstadt, right?
Well, I was born in Mondstadt, yes. My parents migrated to Dorman Port, and I traveled with the old hag for a while, after which I settled down
Okay,
in
so
Mondstadt
she
City.
should be fine in Fontaine.
Oh, that's a good thing then. At least we know you won't be dissolved by Fontaine's waters.
Speaking of that, I'm sure you're aware that a bunch of things have happened here in Fontaine, right? I know you're not a local, but I'd avoid getting too close to any water that looks strange all the same. There's something ominous about it. Well, the water, I mean.
You come to Fontaine because of the prophecy, Mona.
That was the main reason, yes. Just a while back, the Steambird invited me to take part in a panel and speak about the circulation of the prophecy as an astrologist. The invitation was sent quite early on. I don't think anyone expected Fontaine to be in this much trouble.
What do you make of that prophecy, Mona? Just tell us what you think as an astrologist. Your word would go a long way to make things more certain and less scary.
What I can tell you is that I'm an astrologist, and that this prophecy concerns the fate of Fontaine, even that of Altivat. Ascertaining this is akin to reading the fortune of the whole world. I'm afraid that this is not something that just anyone can do. If I could do it, you would no longer call me an astrologist, but a visionary. But on the flip side, the prophecy is so huge and powerful that it must surely come from a powerful visionary. Its contents involve the fate of the world. Disregarding it would be a mistake.
A visionary? Sounds really powerful and all, but does such a person really exist?
Of course. The old hag could do it, and I'd bet there are others amongst those Hexenzirkel colleagues of hers who could do something similar.
Could you help me get in touch with your master?
Huh? Are you sure? All right, I'll help you. It isn't often that I see you with such a serious look on your face. I'll tell you once I hear back from her.
Thanks, Mona. You're amazing as always.
Oh, well, this is something only I can do after all. So yes, your praises are quite welcome.
That's the greatest of astrologists for you. Of all the people we know, you know the star's the best.
Indeed. That's the spirit.
Oh, sorry. I came to see what all the commotion was about. If there's anything you need, do not hesitate to inform the Spina di Rosula.
Oh, whoops. Guess we were getting a little too carried away there. Well, I'll go tend to my own business now. If I receive any news, I'll be sure to come find you two again.
And there she goes, quick as rushing water. And here we are with the Spina guy giving us suspicious looks.
Try to keep it down next time.
If Paimon hadn't spoken for you, it'd be you getting all the weird looks. The things Paimon does.
All right. Thanks, Paimon.
That's more like it.
After the conversation, you decided to get a night's sleep to replenish your energy.
Good morning. To be honest, Paimon's still feeling kind of sleepy. But it's time to get up, Traveler. We agreed to go see Novelette, so let's pack it up and get going.
Okay, go to Nouvelette's office. See, at least I can get into this place on my own. Unlike the Fortress of Meripede. Didn't you watch this one yesterday? Buddy? Huh? Didn't you watch this one yesterday?
No, I want to watch it.
Alright.
I didn't pay attention. Alcohol habit.
Alright, there we go. Let me see your wares. Fun time. All right. Navia survives an encounter with primordial water. Damn. Alright, let's talk to Charlotte.
So you believe that this warning letter was sent by the Phantom Weasel?
Weasel?
Absolutely. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The Phantom Weasel never acts as you expect. He must have faked his own death 10 years ago using a body
Is that a
double.
Melusine? Is that why it's called Phantom Weasel?
Now that he's back, I'm sure the guards who worked on his case back in the day are in for a headache, but however this turns out in the end, the one thing it won't be is boring.
Couldn't agree more. As a journalist, I'm gonna get a lot of mileage out of this one. Thank you, sir, for your time. Now, whom should I interview next? Huh? Hey! What a coincidence! Fancy meeting you here.
Also, this is not the main story. What are you talking about?
Perfect timing. So, the Phantom Weasel's latest warning letter. What are your thoughts?
Phantom Weasel?
Yeah, this is the first time we're hearing of this one. Could you clue us in?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Yes, this case is from a decade ago. I guess you wouldn't know about it. Well, not to worry. You're in good hands because I'm a professional. The story goes like this. 10 or so years ago, a phantom thief became active in the court of Fontaine. Known only as the Weasel. Nobody knew his true identity, and the authorities never managed to catch him.
Wow, cool! He sounds like one of those mysterious night burglars that you read about in novels.
Precisely. Well, except the part where they actually have a good reputation. Our Weasel targeted whatever people held dear, and no one was safe from his predations. He would just as soon steal a necklace from a rich merchant's safe as he would a toy doll given to a commoner child for their birthday.
Sounds like an absolute weirdo.
I know. The phantom thieves you read about in novels rob the rich to pay the poor, but this guy did not discriminate. Unsurprisingly, this didn't work wonders for his public reputation. Every man and his dog wanted to see him behind bars.
Yeesh. So, did they catch him?
Not exactly. There's a good chance that the Weasel would still be at large to this day if it hadn't been for an accident 10 years
This is
ago.
a Lenny story quest?
A magician named Caesar fell to his death in a botched high-altitude escape performance.
No.
When the police went through his personal effects, they found a hoard of stolen loot and gadgets used for criminal activities. And that was how the Phantom Weasel's identity was revealed to all. Sure enough, thefts in Fontaine went down after Caesar's death. But today, 10 years on, the notorious thief has once again issued one of his warning letters and pasted it on the gate of the Opera Epiclese for all to see. I had to squeeze through the crowd this morning to get a photo as soon as I heard. Here, it's this one.
I can't read that.
So, this is the warning letter, huh? Let's see what he wrote. 3 days from now, when evening falls, I shall take from you that which you hold most dear at the Opera House, just as you did to me 10 years ago.
This is, without a doubt, a clear declaration of criminal intent.
After years of laying low, the Phantom Weasel is back with a vengeance. What once seemed like an open and shut case has been blown wide open again. But why has he reemerged now? And what does he want? I sense an epic scoop, and I'm going for it.
Uh-oh. If this thief will steal anything that other people value, does that mean even we might be targeted?
He might steal all your favorite snacks.
Really? Oh, let him try. In fact, Paimon's gonna eat all our snacks right now. Let's see what he can do about that.
Okay, the people have spoken. It's clear that the public are very concerned about the Phantom Weasel's reappearance. Let's see, I've got a photo of the letter, my interview notes. Yep, that should be enough to form the skeleton of my article. It does feel like something is missing, though. Something exclusive. Who should I interview next? I need someone with a more concrete connection to the Weasel. Is that who I think
We're just
it
taking a
is?
quick break from the main questions to get one step into other stuff that still needs to be done. Looks like he's performing some magic.
Magic. Magician. Caesar! The Phantom Weasel! That's it! Let's go interview Lenny! You see, the original Phantom Thief Caesar was a magician too! And what do Phantom Thieves and magicians have in common? They both have an air of mystery about them. Perhaps there's a connection there.
Are you serious? What sort of a deduction is that?
Oh, relax! My journalistic instinct tells me that an exclusive news story is beckoning. Let's go. No time for delay.
Yes. I'm trying to stop drinking so much so quickly. So I'm just gonna do this one real quick and get back to it. Forgotten Thief. Interview Lenny. Alright, now we can go to Nouvelette's office. Now that it's daytime. Not that the sun had anything to do with what I was doing. It sounds like a you problem. It is a me problem. That's why I'm... The doors are open. The doors are open. Let me out. Here you go, buddy. I finished more than half of that.
Close enough. We'll call that area the 7 swing states of the living room. It's going to be hit or miss on whether we can accomplish what we want to do with that area. President Pabst and a 7 swing kid.
You're here! Finally!
Is something wrong?
Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
The dispute. Toss her in the water. Toss her into the water.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not? Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
You mean... they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type. Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, you're Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Toss her in the water.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. We need to make her understand how dire the situation actually is.
Everyone in her inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like
Throw
what?
her into the water.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on
In
this.
that case, we will need help.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a
The
thing?
knave. Think I know who to call. A few days later on a boat somewhere in quiet Poisson. Throw her into the water. I'm pretty sure she talked pretty quickly after that. She'll want to reveal her secrets then.
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what family should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
Let?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Okay, Navia, Neuvillette, and the House of the Hearth. And
That was a
Chlorine.
little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
Okay, Marechaussee.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why's that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
Huh. We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
That's right.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
Odin's hunting metaphor is just a metaphor. We'll not call this a hunt because it's not what you should do at present, nor has the relationship between you and Farina reached such a dire stage. What you need is simple. The secret she is keeping. Attempting to take her secrets is an act of sacrilegious disrespect, but must be done to prevent Fontaine from sinking into the water as foretold in the prophecy. There is neither hunter nor prey, but there must be a trap. This is what you will need. Go to Spina di Rolzola's base. Aren't we here? This is Poisson, so I guess we just gotta go higher. But we're also tracking the other quest, so... Oh, the other headquarters. Poisson is the home of the Spina di Rosla. We need the headquarters. Digit. How many cans? I've only had like 2 cans. I haven't been drinking that much. But the earlier I start means the earlier I take off. Which is why I'm slowed down. Really, you can watch Zoids?
Can't catch me.
It's time to sleep.
There we go.
I'm out of here. Shockwave! Can't catch me. Win to win.
Shit.
I'm out of
Bring it.
points for agility.
Wait.
Away I go! Let's go, Swirly!
Damn it. There you go.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Let's keep looking. I'll help you find them.
Okay, I go down this way. There we go.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening.
Those meetings sure did make me hungry.
Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised.
Do you feel more confident after the meeting, Paimon?
Well, it's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you?
Something wrong.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all.
No, I didn't.
Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
Who's that voice? But there's no one here.
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
Wait, you are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Guiding people is an irresistible hobby of mine, after all.
Who are you and what do you want with us?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Will Fontaine's prophecy come true?
A prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesized will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed?
There it is again. Fate.
Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall? Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
Tea in the teacup is just about gone as well.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mei Jin, is this the clue you're leaving for us? Unexpected news leads to complicated feelings. You lie in bed for a long time. When you wake up, somebody seems to be outside.
I want to hear someone talking. All right, coming. Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Magoo. What are you doing here? Okay.
Fine. I went to take part in that Steenbird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontainians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. I assume you've heard of her, no? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
That's right! Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. about what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes
Actually,
up.
someone already came over.
Huh?
Tell Mona about your mysterious guest.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
I believe she came to pass a message to us.
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost. But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
True, the words were meant as a helpful hint, but when we realized their value in meeting, was that the best answer that my question could have gotten?
Traveler, Paimon, are you two all right?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful. Perhaps that's what En was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff... I need to get going.
Don't worry about it, Mona, and thank you.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said. But also kinda sad, too. Hey, Traveler. Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we? There's a few spots we always like to walk by.
Nope. There we go. I don't feel like walking up the ladder.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on?
Maybe we're famous.
Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. my recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on
She's gonna have to commit a crime if she wants to enter the fortress.
Did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blonde adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, The Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter instead?
That sure seems to be the case.
Ugh, seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
Alright, continue moving forward.
Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat?
That place is very expensive.
How's your game going, buddy?
Still going.
Hey, quick! Look! That's the limited edition only 16 slices a day cake!
It hasn't already sold out for the day.
It was so delicious the last time we tried it! Despite the tense situation we were in, let's give it another go. Paimon's sure it'll be great!
We can't let anyone get ahead of us.
One slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Neuvillette was right. You really can eat.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Alright, Sadine.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today. No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Oh, lives in the moment. Doesn't think about the day that follows the day after. Plans on the day that's happening now.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cake.
I mean, she's not wrong.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
Okay, she might be my favorite NPC now. So far, my favorite NPC from Fontaine.
And there she goes. All right, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious.
She glance at Paimon, snarfed it down the cake.
would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
You're doing the sad thing. Stop it. Leave hotel to board. Actually, I want to see what food they have here. I'd like to see your menu. There we go. Oh, 900.
910.
Here at the Steambird office. Let's go have a chat with Charlotte. Wait, has our reputation been unlocked yet? Yes, truly.
36 was 31
Oh, yeah.
last time.
Okay, so our commissions are good. No need for an interview. Where's Charlotte? She's not returned to the... Okay, we gotta interview Linny now. So she can return to the... we have to do the interview with Linny in order to get Charlotte back over here.
Wow, Mr. Magician! How did you know which card I picked?
Oh, it's simple. Come closer, and I'll let you in on my secret. Magicians have a special skill called telepathy, which means we can read other people's minds.
Really? Then, what am I thinking now?
Well, first you need to relax, because I can see that you're clenching your fist in your mind, as if to say, no, I mustn't let him guess it.
Aww.
And now you're getting a little flustered. You're trying to find a way to empty your mind, to think of nothing at all. But the more you try to hide a secret, the easier it'll come out. You snuck out from home today, didn't you? You told your family a little lie so you could come out and play. Now, that's not a good habit.
You can tell? Oh boy, you really can read my mind.
Of course. Oh, and that's the end of my performance. You should really be heading home. Remember to apologize to your family, all right? They must be worried about you.
All right, got it.
Yeah?
Bye, Mr. Magician.
Get out of there.
Charlotte.
Hey, Lenny?
Why,
Cryo.
hello. We meet again. Are you looking
forgot
for
she
me?
was.
What's the situation?
Well, why don't you guess, Mr. Telepathic?
Oh, please. You didn't believe that spiel, did you? The power of telepathy is quite beyond me.
He says beyond, he doesn't say possible.
I'm sure that child would beg to differ. Seemed like you were right on the money.
That was nothing more than a little trickery. I made an educated guess based on his micro-expressions. That, plus the fact that he was the only kid here without his parents, and he looked as guilty as sin. He made it easy for me. You guys, on the other hand? Let me guess. Don't tell me you're here for the Phantom Weasel, are you?
Wow, got it in one! Is this more of your trickery at work?
Wait, really? No trickery this time. It was pure luck. His warning letter's been the talk of the town, so I figured that maybe you were asking around about that.
Bingo! I plan on writing a column reporting on the latest news about the Phantom Weasel. So, Lenny, what are your thoughts on this infamous thief's reappearance?
To be honest, it makes me angry.
Angry? Why?
You read his letter, right? The Phantom Weasel claims he's planning something in 3 nights' time at the Opera House. That's the night I'll be performing there.
Huh. What are the chances? Wait a minute, you don't think he's after you, do you?
Well, if he is, then his warning is clearly a direct challenge to me personally. And if he's not, then it's still going to be a huge headache for me. The mere mention of the Weasel's name is enough to scare people off. So once the contents of that letter get out, barely anyone will be showing up to watch my show. But I've been preparing for this for a long time. I'm not about to let him ruin my big day. This leaves me with only one choice. I have to expose the Phantom Weasel's identity before the show begins.
Really? So what you're saying is, we might get to see a live duel between a famous magician and an infamous thief? Wow, this has exclusive written all over it.
To be honest, I'm not sure if I'll emerge the victor. The Phantom Weasel is a notorious crook, infamous for his inscrutable methods.
You're being far too modest, Lenny. I think your magic tricks are even more inscrutable than those of a thief.
Thanks for the compliment, though I have to say, I don't care much for the comparison. A lot of people liken magicians to thieves because we both have the ability to make things disappear without the person noticing. But there's an important difference that these people overlook. Allow me to demonstrate with a quick magic trick. Here, I have a flower, just an ordinary flower that was picked not long ago. Watch it carefully now. 3, 2, 1.
It's
Where'd it go?
gone!
That's the question. Where did it go? Therein lies the difference between us. Thieves make precious things disappear, but only magicians make them reappear. If I could now invite you all to check your clothes, there might be a surprise in there somewhere.
A surprise? Let me see!
Huh?
It's right there! But how? You haven't moved this whole time!
What an outstanding trick! Sorry, Lenny, it seems that my previous praise was woefully inadequate. Clearly, magic is the superior art form to theft.
Don't worry, I didn't take offense. I just wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps change some of the preconceived notions you might have about magicians.
Sammy-chan. Hey. Sammy-chan.
Since Caesar's death, A lot of people associate magicians with criminality. It can be quite frustrating.
I can imagine. Coming back to your trick just now, might I presume that you are well versed in floral symbolism? For example, magicians often use rainbow roses in their flower-related performances to represent passion and romantic encounters. But you used a Lumidu spell, which, if I'm not mistaken, allude to separations. I'm curious to know if there was any deeper meaning behind this choice?
Impressive knowledge. It's no wonder you're such a successful journalist. But I'm afraid I don't know the first thing about floral symbolism. I'm just in the habit of using Lumidu spells in my magic. It sounds like something I should look into, though. I'll buy myself a copy of Fontaine's Floral Language Facts when I have some time. But it'll have to wait until this Phantom Weasel business is behind us.
Good. Good.
Well noted. In that case, this brings us to the end of our interview. I, for one, am looking forward to the final showdown between you and the thief. Please feel free to get in touch to update me on any further developments. Otherwise, I will of course see you at your show in 3 days' time. But let's hope the Phantom Weasel is caught by then. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. You've given me lots to work with here, and I've got no time to lose if I want to write that exclusive piece. I'll see you all later.
So, Lyney, are you gonna tell us how you did that flower trick now?
I'm afraid that's my little secret.
Aww. Well, magicians are entitled to their secrets. But Paimon's really itching to know how it's done. You feel it too, right? So itchy.
The Phantom Weasel.
Not so itchy then, huh? Well, since you're so concerned, how would you like to serve as my temporary magician's assistants and help me investigate?
Magician's assistants? Oh, that sounds fun! Assistants are technically magicians too! Also, it'll bring us one step closer to figuring out how that darn trick is done! Shall we go for it?
What's your plan?
The first thing we need to look into is who Caesar really was. If he truly was the Phantom Weasel, that means that the Weasel is dead, and whoever wrote this warning letter is just a copycat criminal. But if he wasn't the Weasel? Well, that'll make things more interesting. It would mean that the Weasel lives, and he's been laying low all this time in some corner of Fontaine. And if we're investigating Caesar, his fiancée Gemma is a good place to start. Word is that she visits the cemetery often, so I asked Lynette to wait for her there. We should make a move. Let's go and rendezvous with Lynette.
Okay, now we can go, now that Charlotte's out of the picture. I didn't know that the bell meant separation. Now, Charlotte should be back at the Stormbird. She's right here.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick
Can we
bucks.
negotiate a profit split?
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though. It's all right, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
A friend of ours met you a while back, and when she mentioned it, we thought of coming to see you. Her name's Mona.
Ah, so you know Miss Mona as well. She's a guest columnist for our paper. Really good one, too. She's so young and already such a brilliant astrologist. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and
Seriously want to
experienced.
interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
Oh, she's ready for the interview.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example, Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless. And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist. But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
Where are we going next? As long as nobody else is involved, like we have to visit Linny or something like that.
Paimon's been thinking.
Yes?
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Teyvat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
If I could choose, huh? It's just like Charlotte said. Suddenly trying to consider what to do is pointless.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot.
Until that moment comes, I think I'll keep journeying on.
You mean, still traveling?
That I have to look upon this world.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing?
The banter goes back and forth between the two of you as time supplies. Night falls, you return to your accommodations and end this busy day. The next few days are just as calm. Charlotte comes to find you and conducts the interview in the Spina del Rosola safe house at the floor of the century. Navia, having finished her business in Poisson, even draws by to take a photo with the two of you. All goes well.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough. But it's still better than the Fortress of Meripede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there.
I thought she really liked the Fortress of Meripede.
So the two of you
Is
are
it
still here.
Dora?
Wonderful.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meripede.
So, are you under the impression that we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Yes, inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, And while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her?
I understand the situation.
Good. Monsieur Nervillette sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Ah, is that so? Well, all right then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Ah, they set the trap.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson.
You sure all caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillette was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up, too. Cool, huh?
Looks like those detective novels had some effect on you.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come!
Why do I have to go to Poisson now? Damn it. It's such a far away place.
What a jerk!
I didn't say it. Other people said it. What a child.
Wow! What a jerk!
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of death at station. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
Of course she's here. Poisson.
Farina, right over there. She really is here all alone.
Stay quiet for now.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over?
Farina.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it. Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were, disturbing my enjoyment of the arts? They even dare to tout their archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marish Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them, too.
You're actually beyond devastated right now, aren't you?
Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they? That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to catch up with her. This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What? What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Okay, just gotta wait for it to load.
Paimon's exhausted.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed.
You might want to lower your voice to stay hidden.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an
Another
earthquake?
disaster to struck, I suspect.
Yeah, a quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, They've already...
Farina finally reached her limit. Now that she's talking about her actual feelings, she's starting to look less stiff. You can talk amongst yourselves as Farina slowly calms down.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Teyvat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
You still haven't given up, right?
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be
But that would also mean that all hope would disappear.
Indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, and so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all. Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
We're running out of time. We can't just go back to square one like this. I have to get more information out of her. Farina, you might not have to shoulder this burden alone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
You can still choose to confide in someone. Share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes. I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
There's no time left. Please, Farina, just spit it out. What is she gonna say? Wait. How did they get all the way over here? And what was the secret?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
So this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalors, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Oh.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered.
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary. I will admit that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone.
What?
I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes.
The ones that everybody doesn't like. Because I've been watching a lot of Tectone, Leaflet, and Nux videos that all talk about that person that they really hate. I actually got involved with Tectone because of the Nux videos. I got involved with Leaflet because she was also part of the Nux videos. Because like the one video that I saw, I was like, oh, I heard that someone texted him. It's like, oh, Leaflet, yeah, I heard everybody's calling her a Nazi, so I'll check her out. I was like, oh, yep, that's fair. I'll check her out too. Everybody's calling her a Nazi, so I bet you guys will check her out. So I started watching her videos, and it's fair. Fair points. Yeah, no, not at all. They call her a right alt Nazi. Alt right Nazi. Right alt Nazi. One of those words.
You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed.
And she has a
in
gun
myself.
collection as well. Being from Texas.
But now, it is time for
But
the
it probably is.
Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Or it could be Remy. If they're still having beef.
I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice. This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo!
Oh, now we're making history.
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the
Wait,
stand.
me? Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
We were so close to getting her to tell us the truth, and it turned out like this in the end. It's okay, though. As long as we can defeat Farina in court, we still have a chance to figure everything out.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins. Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, We did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you. The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontanian history.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
Interesting. So how did they get it here?
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Aranias. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
The Fatui, okay.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So then Fremine would have to be involved.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervillette and Cloran's parts. You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson. You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You guessed wrong.
Oh?
My mission... We hope that you'd share your secret with us.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do now is to judge the Hydra Archon. Still, I can't help but be a little bothered by that conversation earlier. What did Farina want to say to me right before we arrived on the stage?
Sir Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Okay, what document?
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte! Oh, Leb Hymansi! Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's
Oh, she's giving us the excerpt.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, We can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument.
It's a super practical gift.
Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duels you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something.
She's afflicted with some sort of curse. Okay, these are the most important.
The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the Primordial Sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
So just a breakdown of my entire visit to Fontaine.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position. The trial shall now begin.
Oh, come on, Neuvillette. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Really?
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking my duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted.
Oh.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalors, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor. Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the God of Justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as a dramatic spectacle and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
The people only see you as their Archon.
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am? And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Gotta think carefully. What do we know about? What do we know to be special about Furina exactly? Oh, it's not. Okay, it's letting me choose. Child's conviction.
That doesn't sound right.
Had to be meeting with the knave.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your
Such as a curse.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the
What-
knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words.
What matters is
against
the
me.
veracity of the claim.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neville had sensed it too, huh?
Instead of an Archon, could you just be a cursed human?
Lady Furina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not
She could just be an Adeptus.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Wait, I wouldn't try to prove the opposite. Furina actually has no control over the Oratrice.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared Child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
Lady Furina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Furina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon? Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
But then, Miss Furina, could you give us a brief demonstration of your power as an Archon?
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely, an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and I've converted the people's faith in justice into Indemnitium! Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Oh.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is? If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now? Seems like she really doesn't want to give up.
If we can prove that she isn't the Archon, we can try and prove that it's just a human. And if she's only human... Is this gonna work?
That doesn't sound right.
Maybe this one?
It has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of
Throw
you
her
being
in
the
the
lab.
water. What did I tell you? Throw her into the water.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Furina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
If Lady Furina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Looks like I was right in the end. Throw her into the water. Furina.
Lady Furina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basically the same as a confession of guilt.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Furina, you may...
She stuck her hand in.
Hey!
She actually...
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Miss Siegewing? If you're present, Miss Siegewing, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. Let me see. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewing.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Furina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Thank you, Miss Siegewing. Lady Furina, you may return to the defendant.
So she is Fontanian.
Wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved! Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur, we don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Furina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert
So that they could see the effects of the seawater, okay?
It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Furina could have...
I can't believe... You...
But what's really going on here? Furina can't have known the consequences of touching that water as a human. That is too unlike how she usually acts, unless it's actually more important for her to keep her facade than to save her own life. Well, hadn't she given up on everything a long time ago?
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
They don't believe her.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Furina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end. If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
don't think anything she says at this point will sway Angel is too stacked against her now.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Furina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Furina is guilty. We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, Furina is...
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
Did the Oratrice declare Furina innocent?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro Archon, guilty, to be punished via the death sentence.
I need to take a piss.
Remember, buddy, it's okay to fart. There can be no rain without the thunder. Probably why I have to go like 2 or 3 days before I build her. Oh yeah, the good shit.
That piss block. What do you mean?
Go and take a good shit.
The death sentence. Why?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth. How did things escalate this quickly?
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah! Even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Instead of Furina, the Oratrice rendered judgment on the Hydro Archon.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What does this mean?
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still going?
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
Without some of the other Fatui, Rimini puts a stain on the stage.
That the first prophecy
They found it.
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Okay, what is the ultimate sin that they were talking about?
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
This looks like... the previous Hydro Archon releasing her divine power.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real Hydro Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Association between the contents of the slates and the events in real life.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember. Stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans. Does that mean that Fontainians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontainians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontainians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
Who turn into oceanoids.
That doesn't sound...
Okay.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontainians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago,
The Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Discovered the history of the futures of the second state. Shows Celestia floating in the sky, the Hydra around, and the people worshiping together. Heaven still brought down judgment upon them. Are you a child? Nope. This one? Nope. This one? Wait, what? Why would this one be involved?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia, as recorded on the stone slates.
Surrounded by people. It shows the Hydra sinking into the sea, surrounded by many people. Oh.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Circulating throughout Fontaine. He was on the scene, the Hydro Archon was set alone upon a throne and weep. Nouveled.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. It seems increasingly likely that the prophecy may come true. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an Oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
Verification complete.
Huh? Oh, Paimon gets it now! So that's how you can make sense of it. But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Fontanians are not really humans.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
All Fontanians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with Oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontanians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into Oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of Oceanids.
Indeed.
The crime of the Hydro Archon was the creation of Fontanians from Oceanids.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient...
Then who is Farina?
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
Farina's gotta be an adeptus of some type.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
As for the third state...
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
depicts the fulfillment of the prophecy as it's already widely known. The fourth slate.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Because they're all back to being Oceanids.
Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many
I do
pieces of
feel
the
sorry
truth.
for her now. Still, I was right, throw her into the sea.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Wait, what?
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Oh, with all of them all together, they finally get what the answers that they need? She needs a hug? I mean, right now, yeah. She just got fucking prosecuted and torn apart, pretty much.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. I will try to briefly summarize
She
it
needs to
for
be
you.
detected. We'll see.
Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life.
Oh, that is a form of jealousy you can't even put it forth into mind.
Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Okay, how does she do that? I mean, it's hard to question a god on how she does her job, but still.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanids' blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Wouldn't that mean that they're like very old?
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
So that means half the people in Fontaines are Oceanids.
And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea.
It's like half the population would just disappear. I think the Mezzalines would probably be fine.
That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing. Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
So where is the Hydro Archon?
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot
Is she a part of the primordial sea?
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
So, what is the third slate supposed to represent then?
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea.
Okay, so what is it?
The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice. Yes, it refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy, in truth, everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
And now that she's sitting on a throne, alone.
What should we do?
It feels like there's no way out of this.
Huh. No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled?
It is fulfilled.
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
Which is?
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Is it about the whale?
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Wait, could it be the giant whale in the Dreams of Child?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root cause of the disaster.
It was both dream and reality.
If we're talking about a true culprit, that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
Which means that creature is coming back. Now that the truth has been unveiled, the prophecy takes place. Could that be the dragon then? This is the punishment of what the Archon brought upon the world. Oh, tell me that's Child. That's Child. He's been fighting this thing. Trying to keep it locked up. But that's gonna fucking hurt him so much right now. Now you know why he was guilty? He's the only one that could probably face it at the moment. And he's still going. Fuck. How long has he been going at it? It's been like 39, 45 days.
Too close. How did that thing just burst into the Opera House? Wait, was that the huge whale you saw in your dream?
I'd wager that it's also the one that Child saw when he was young.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Teyvat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
He's been in the Fortress of Meropide for 45 days in the second state of the freaking... the fake visions.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
Going to bed? Okay.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Teyvat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
So it's like a thing?
That's not something I
So
will
it's
accept.
something like the Abyss.
We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
It would have been surprising if that was the actual dragon of the water. and that was the divine punishment that the Celestia would have done to the people of Fontaine. But we still don't have enough information.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
After everything, it will still turn out like this. We couldn't fight against fate. So the depictions of Child in the Dreams have just been our connection to the Hydro Archon and kind of fighting against that thing. But Neuvillette is the dragon, though. I know, but it would be interesting if this was also the dragon. Like, what if Celeste created another elemental dragon and turned it into that thing? And that's the punishment that Celestia sent upon the people of Fontaine. Even though it's... Wait, but if this is all about fate...
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods gaze?
But that's a whale of a tale, probably. Well, this is from like a different place. This thing is from somewhere else that doesn't exist here.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Tevat's future. All you need to do is to play your part.
Could it be that even if the prophecy will be fulfilled, there will still be a way to save everyone? Did I miss something? Wait, I forgot about Furina. What was it she wanted to say to me at that last moment in the giant magic box? What is her real secret?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Wait, how?
Furina! No, I still need answers.
Wait, who's that? It looked a little bit like Furina. Nope, never mind. Oh, it is Furina.
You.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
You are not Furina. Who are you?
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalors. You know, the god.
Focalors? Why did you deceive us?
So wait, So this is the Hydro Archon. So why is there another Furina? Or is that another Oceanid?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
So does that mean the Oratrice is actually Focalors?
The heavenly principles.
You always hit it with the Oratrice Mechanique Danelise cutter now? So she is the Oratrice. Focalors was the Oratrice.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass.
Okay.
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles.
Oh, she's talking about herself. Oh, sorry, I thought she was talking about Farina. I forget that they talk in like third person.
So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time. I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up. But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this, any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
So she is kind of the Archon. Like a piece of it.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina.
So she left a part of herself alive, kind of. So she could still remain human.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
So what would happen if she joined back together with her?
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly
So they wouldn't be able
principles.
to look for her.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydro Archon alone, weeping on her
This is
throne.
this is where she's at. She is alone.
In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in
Oh,
the
okay. So
prophecy.
no, she. This is how she would have fooled them. By being the Archon. Okay.
Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness. Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass.
Poor Farina. It is kind of sad. And this is all because of Garia and Focalors trying to make the prophecy as true as it can be, and she's the one that has to suffer through it. Yeah, that is really sad. She's just a tool, pretty much.
I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
Yes and no. She is not human, but she is also is human, as can be. She's an Oceanid that's given a life, free of the, to as much freedom as she can have. Oh, this is actually really sad.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture.
And she's probably had to go through this multiple years at a time in order to keep the prophecy true. In the how many long living years she's been through. In order to fool the heavenly principles.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
Remember when Neuvillette said it rains? Yeah, I know.
It's been 500 years, and all along, she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
I came into contact with Farina's tears. If I remember correctly, tears often contain us being strongest emotions. With significantly strong hydrosensitivity, I can form an emotion connection, just like I did with the ocean at the Fountain of Lucine. Wait, could this be Farina's inner world? Farina, what is she doing on stage? Wait a moment. That probably isn't Farina. That's likely a reflection of her inner self. If I can directly speak to that self, I might be able to easily get what I wanted to know. I came here for answers. Either way, this opportunity is not to be missed. Let me try talking to her. Are we gonna have to fight Farina? Or Focalors? Because I see my group, and it's getting me kind of worried.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules.
Farina.
All right. It is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here.
Oh, do not jest. Can you not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Something's off. There's no getting to her. Even in her heart of hearts, she's still playing the role of the Hydro Archon. What sort of resolve must have given her inner self and subconscious would have such an impenetrable defense? I have to find a way.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Go!
Rise. Yeah.
Right now.
What?
Right now.
Remember when I said Giga cried?
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards! Emerge. Right here. Emerge.
That's all those spotlights turned off. Furina's heart, they must have symbolized the eyes of the people on her. Speaking of which, I think I just received some sort of signal. Was that her true voice? A ticket. When did that end up here? Either way, looks like the show is about to begin. In that case, show me how you truly feel, Furina. C1, before the mirror, Furina. Hold on, I can grab a couple more. I'm actually feeling really bad for her right now.
Furina. Furina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are
Even though
you?
she's practically just the human part of Focalor's, she probably still heard whispers from the waters. Like she got that kind of mental connection that the dreams that we have with Child are. So she probably still has that connection. So she's been dealing with this for longer than probably anything for the 500 years that she's been stuck in this situation.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're mirror me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go.
How
with
is
that.
Focalors taller than her?
Mirror me. What do you
Is it because of the
wish to
base of the
say?
mirror?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
So she would dissolve as well, even though she is the Archon, but... okay. How would she remain? Is that because of the Focalor? Focalor's presence in the Order of Trees?
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
It makes sense why she was so desperate about it.
But how will I do this? A human assuming the role of a god without being exposed.
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity. but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task
And she
ends.
did this for 500 years.
But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial, huh? How exciting. I'll be looking
That explains why she's so excited at being at the Opera Epiclese, is because it could have been the next trial or the next operation that's going to happen. Why she's so excited about trials in the Opera Epiclese is that she was looking forward to this. But everyone would be saved. At least that's what's supposed to happen. Or what she said would happen.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Farina de Fontaine, your new Archon. In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more...
Is this how she was... Is this how she was groomed into being the way she acts now?
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-backed puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act? Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all doubt. That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house. You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality. It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful! Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin. The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise.
So how's the feels? It makes a lot more sense as to why she displays herself like this. Is she wanted to be a fair human leader, but now she has to put on these airs of godliness as like a robe of dignity and elegance, and so she is still just a tool right now, and that is very sad.
May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul.
And she was about to tell us that she's just a human, I think is what she wanted to say. Or that she's just an Oceanid, or whatever leftover memories that she could have had ever since the Folklores gave her the speech of the Mirror Me.
So long as I, the Archon Focalors, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
As a god of the land, she's got to put her authority first before even what she wants to do. Especially since, well, since the beginning she had to play the god. I need to take a piss. I'll be right back. Take this. It's dangerous to go alone. What do you mean? Anyway, so how's that drink? It's still going. As for what's happening now, fuck. What was I gonna say? The one question I have is Child. We know Child is a person of Snezhnaya. So is it his connection through the hydro element that the Focalor is actually connected with Child in order to send him to fight this great whale and to hold it off as long as they could? And the whole reason why we have a sensitivity to Child is because of a connection with the hydro element. Especially since he gave it to us to hold on to. Okay, well, let's continue.
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
Yep. Okay, so that's why she's so excited about the trials. Child's vision, of course, because I totally knew that this is what you were doing. I take Child's vision to the bathroom. Yes, that's what I do.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
So wait, this Furina also did research into the whole prophecy, right? Which means Focalor would have known and would have brought the pieces together herself.
That's true, I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise god. Thank you once again, on behalf of
Child has so much potential. I hope someday it pays off. Like in combat or in character. Because for as long as I know, he has been fighting this otherworldly whale for more than 45 days. In his second form with the fake visions. In both story and playable wise. Well, I haven't gotten Child, so I can't say for sure. As for story, I mean, his character so far is paying out pretty well. But I'm not as far as some people, so I wouldn't know for sure. But so far, he is suffering. He's going through it right now. Hydro Child is overwhelming. I think Electro Child is more overwhelming. If he can keep that state up very much. But as for the Hydro Child, I haven't gotten him, so I said underwhelming. Oh, okay. Well, that's his first state, so with this whole fake vision situation, it proves that his capabilities very well in his combat prowess. I'm pretty sure if Clorind and Child went to battle, I think a base Hydro Child would have won. But I don't know for sure. I don't know Clorind's expertise yet. Especially since he went at it so readily at the beginning. Anyway, let's continue.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it.
Lore-wise, he actually nursed himself by using a bow, the weapon he is the worst with. Well, I think that's more of a challenge to himself than his actual skill. But also, if he's that confident, I mean, he seems very well brought into the world. But I still have to get to Natlan with the story mode. And I'm just kind of like running through the entire Fontaine story. So that way I can get to Natlan so that I'm ready for maybe what is going to be the next patch. But I don't know for sure. We'll see.
All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
To the point when doing normal attacks, the strongest one is the last one in the chain. That says, well, he just fucking throws it instead of shooting. Interesting. So he's probably like a lance user, right? I don't remember what his attack abilities in the second state are.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
Still, I said, still, I'm gonna say so far, I hated Child in the beginning. I've had trouble with Child since then. And now I'm like still having troubles and doubts about Child. For now. It's like, he's doing something really good at the expense of his own body. Because you know that the fake vision drains him entirely and just gives him just drains just his life status entirely. So I'm still kind of really back and forth with Child. I still like him, but I still hate him, but he's also too likable to hate. I'm still very on the fence about Child. So far, he's on the like side now, but I still hate him.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this
The
whole
thing that
time.
matters to me most is his reason for being a Fatui Harbinger. But we'll see. Let's see what happens.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion.
I mean, I'm still on the fence with the Knave. It's like I see the good intentions of what she wants to do, but also she's a Fatui Harbinger. Playable Desillusions, the fake vision would be... the delusions. Playable delusions would be sweet. We technically have one, but it's only a visual. The Luke skin? Really? Actually, if they find a clever way to add delusions to the thing... The thing is, how would you balance the negative effects of the delusions? It's like, yeah, how do you implement that system into that? That sort of fire is different in the other skin and has a fiery red. Oh, I see what you're saying. But yeah, the thing is, if they want to add the delusions into the story and add that as a playable situation, they're gonna have to add debuffs in like a different situation for delusions to work in the main storyline. And I think the problem is that this built system, it doesn't have a way of negatively impacting the character right now. Just something like Bond of Life. Kind of, I would say, but also I think it'd be I don't know how to do it. Maybe it'd be like a charge aspect. Like if you activate a character's delusion, they become unplayable for a certain amount of time. Like with how you use like health potions and stuff like that. Like being Dragon Spine. But the health drains, maybe. But that means you'd have to be like in constant combat in order to heal them, or like getting good continual status output and stuff like that. It's got to come to like general combat. The problem is like the combat in Genshin is very everywhere and very sudden in how you activate abilities and ultimates. As for delusions, this has got to be like a long status situation. Maybe they can't use their abilities, maybe they can't use the ultimate, maybe there's some other situation that happens. But I don't know. It's hard to think about a solution that works with delusions. And also doesn't apply to the Traveler, which means the Traveler can just use their abilities normally. Or maybe you're able to switch with delusions. See, this whole system is kind of confusing. It's like how delusions would work. So say like the Traveler got like a pocket of delusions, like all elemental delusions. How would they be able to use them? Maybe if they got like, say right now I'm in the Hydro area and I'm using the Hydro element. Would I be able to switch between another delusion by using the abilities of the delusion? And what would happen to the Traveler in this situation? So it's like a very complicated system that's, if they want to implement it, they got to think about it very specifically on certain situations and how it makes sense in the world, especially with other characters. They'd have to be each assigned a delusion and how that would affect their character. So that'd be a very complicated system to make.
Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Rumor is the game we are basically going to be Ben 10 with Traveler and the free swap elements in combat. Well, we kind of got that in the fight with in Inazuma with I'm forgetting names. With Raiden Shogun, we kind of got a glimpse of that with the Raiden Shogun on how it kind of applies to the Traveler. Raiden Sangria? But yeah. So it could be something like that, like a combined elemental effect, simply because of the visions that lie within this the statue that they had there during the vision hunt part. But I mean, they're still writing the story, so we still got stuff coming out.
All right, Furina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Upper House Furina.
Lady Furina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Furina, I've waited so long for this chance to see you in this manner.
And they hide so much lore in like little spots like books and such. Hope it'll all tie together at some point. I need to actually read the books sometimes. I've been ignoring them. Like knowing this ignores the Crimson Witch of Flames. Interesting.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Furina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute.
Oh, it's... She has been running through the tests. Running through the situation over and over again.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh man, she's been working herself to the bone every day for 500 years. Running research, understanding the Institute, dealing with the people, running the trials. I need more, my Chiorisi one.
Lady Furina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
As I said before, poor Furina. Yeah, it is a very poor Furina situation. I feel bad for her. I still do not change my stance about throwing her in the ocean. As for the banner change, I don't know any new situations about the new banner changes and stuff like that. The only real thing I've kept up with the Hoyoverse is just ZZZ. I'm ready for the teacher to be introduced in ZZZ. I'm still trying to get my boy Hugo though. We need Hugo. We don't need Vivian. We need Hugo. But I'm still trying to pull for Hugo.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Dioteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Most of the Inazuma 5 stars are all on one banner. Nice. Okay, Inazuma. Who do I not have from Inazuma? Kazuha. He's a 4-star, but I know you can lose to a limited 5-star. Yeah, I've heard about the chances about that. But I want Kazuha. If it's Inazuma, I want Kazuha. That's the only one I want. Because I have his sword. And also, he had a very good storyline. But I have Raiden Shogun, I have it's Ito, Ayaka, Ayato, Kokomi, Kazuha, Chiori. Yes, Mika and Yoimiya. Oh! Okay, I'm very happy that Kazuha is there, but Yoimiya is also one I want. I don't care about Ayaka, I don't care about Ayato, I don't care about Kokomi. I care about Kazuha, and I care about Yoimiya. As for Chiori, I have no say. Mika, Yai Mika, I already have. But I want Kazuha or Yoimiya. Those are the only two that I really want from Inazuma. Because Yoimiya is my favorite girl. And Kazuha is the best boy of Inazuma. Alright, and grab a little bit more alcohol. Well, I've gotten the selection of choices, so we can still look at it. Anyway, back to the game.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina. My lady...
Oh, she said I had to watch all these people die, too. Nikolai, you don't need anyone on that banner.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Currently have Ito C2, Kazuha C2, Yai C1, Ayaka C2, and C0 of the rest. So you have them, you just don't have like the banner, the C levels of them yet. Well, I don't play Genshin Impact that often, but now that I've gotten so involved with the storyline, ever since Inazuma to Sumeru to now Fontaine, there are some characters that I really favor over all of them. Even got their weapons too. I'm no whale, but I like to have me some fun, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, I think yeah, my favorite characters are Yoimiya from Inazuma and Kazuha from Inazuma as well.
Oh, really? notice. This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
No. I said Navia was probably my favorite character from Fontaine so far, but it might be just me turning to Farina now. The feels. Yeah, it's coming in. It's coming in now. I'm so strong with the water, I must be leaking. That's basically what she's saying, yeah. Fuck. I have felt so bad for Navia, but now it's even sadder with Farina.
No wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
And she's got to keep up the smile as well.
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer?
And that had to be the first, like, 50 to 60 years.
Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds
Never mind,
more.
it's been 300 years.
I never imagined that it would hurt so much. Have I reached my limit? No. Perhaps I reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far?
I don't know, poisson smells pretty rancid. It translates to fish from French. Bet. I mean, it's kind of like a fishing area where they collect a lot of fish, so I bet it smells like fish. Looks like a fishing village that Navia grew up in. But no, I thought this was 100 years ago. This was today, probably. Or like the day before, like a week ago or something like that, before the entire thing of Poisson actually happened.
I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the promise.
This is right before we actually set the trap into motion. Right before that, she probably talked to Neuvillette.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
I feel so sorry for Farina. Scene 182,376. Upper House Farina and... Oh, this is where we found her in Poisson.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone.
Our words are put against ourselves. Great, I get to tell her. Our choices make a difference now, I guess. Fontaine definitely has some strong stories. Yeah. Apparently so.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone. Your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
My words are being used against me. That's my voice. Is this scene from when we were within the giant magic box? This is great. I didn't think this scene would replay in her inner world. Surely I'll find out what she wanted to tell me this time.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes, I've heard that you came to Teyvat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged.
And we're not from the lands of Fontaine, so she could have said freely.
And if Teyvat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
What did she want to say?
He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
It's where the Alice in Wonderland and Kingdom Hearts undertones started popping up again. Let me start playing in the first place. Honestly, I do like this whole trial situation with the Auditrice Mécanisme d'Analyse Cardinal and this whole situation that's happening right now. Because I really fell in love with the story when it came to, when I came back after 2 years of playing the game, I entirely stopped at Leeway, but there's 13 Victory and 7 Archons. Nice. But, 13 of Darkness and 7 of Light. Really? I see what you're saying. But yeah, Inazuma actually got me to play a little bit more and got building the story stuff in situations like that. But Sumeru, honestly, is what locked it for me to want to play it some more. And then since I've gotten to I've kind of just like been playing other games. I got totally locked into the Yakuza Like a Dragon series for the past few months. I don't want to say how many months because Yakuza 0 took its time. Yakuza 1, Yakuza Kiwami 2. I just finished Yakuza 3 about like a week ago. And I need to buy Yakuza 4 so I can continue. But yeah, I've been locked into the Yakuza series for a very long time. But I love a lot of the story missions in Genshin because they're very good story writings. And so Sumeru has been very exciting because it was just like a mystery that needed to be solved. While I think the whole reason I like playing Fontaine is this whole pay attention to information situation. If you weren't paying attention, you lose out on a lot of stuff and stuff like that. Like this whole detective work that's honestly really exciting. This trial stuff and stuff like that, but now we're back to the character stuff, which is what I really love. I love a lot of the character missions that they have in Genshin. And this so far is my favorite one in Fontaine. Now, after Navia.
No, Furina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright?
She would have felt so betrayed after this.
Furina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt. If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
Oh, she was about to say it too. She placed so much faith in that little admittance. She must have felt so betrayed after that.
Think about it long and hard.
That is terrible. Don't you feel guilty now?
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better.
Ah, she locked herself in. Farina was the first Archon I didn't wait for a rerun for. I can see why. Honestly, I had her banner a couple times, and now I feel bad for not pulling for her. Now that I see what happened, according to the order. How dare you?
All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
She locked herself up again.
Fine.
And thus she ended up alone. I told you to pull for her, but no.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Ah, the dragon's feeling so bad for her as well. See, now I'm on Nouvelette's side as well.
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
And now that it's coming to pass, she's just stuck in the mess now. This is a trial that she's been looking forward to as well. Well, everyone would have been saved, but now we're just looking at the mess.
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not?
That is so sad for her to look forward to this entire trial with her utmost expectation to save everybody, only for her to be torn down so much. It's so sad.
How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine, yes?
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it?
Wait, what do you mean the Oratrice is the scale itself? Or the Gnosis would be the scale itself?
Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth.
Okay, never mind. I've been proven wrong.
In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
We're gonna... What? Dun dun dun! We're gonna end her divinity?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed. I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Furina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be, accumulated to enact this death sentence.
So wait, what happens to Furina then?
It was all a part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
The people had to agree that the Hydro Archon needed to be killed. The people surround her with the water, basically. The third slate is the prophecy. And then Furina just gets left behind, I guess.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Furina nor Focalors, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne. If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be...
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
To return the land to nature, basically, is what is being said.
But...
that means the divinity of the Hydro Archon dies.
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
If Nuvalis starts crying, I'm gonna start crying right now.
Hydro Dragon, Hydro Dragon.
Or return, so she is making him the true Archon. Pretty much, yeah. The power of the Archons were originally pulled from the dragons. Yes, I know. That's If he starts crying, I'm gonna start crying. Hold on. No, keep going.
I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you?
Folklores. God damn it.
Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself. So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontanians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence.
Life deserves life.
Defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on, that should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontanians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So the natural dragon of the land gains his full power back. And it's up to him to decide what's gonna happen. The land gets his power back.
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too.
To make judgments over people now. To find out what is fair. Introducing Neuvillette Black. How dare you? I mean, it could also go that way as well. Oh, look, emotional damage. Yeah.
At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel.
And he had to bring judgment on Sigewinne, the Melusines that serve him, the people who give him favor and try to talk to him and interact with him. And now he has a impartiality judgment over the people of the land. So now where does his heart lie?
You are a devious one, Focalors. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Of course he couldn't. That was part of the deceit that she was planning.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common.
It's gonna rain for a few weeks now.
Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
The divinity of the Hydro Archon is returned to the dragon. What happens in Farina then? You can send a goodbye message.
I, Eudex Neuvillette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
The waters of the Primordial Sea would have stopped. Humans and Oceanids live together. Fuck. So about that drink. I've had multiple drinks. I'm on drink number 8, I think. Or number 10, I don't know. I've been drinking a little bit.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Nivio was the first Archon I didn't want to didn't want for a rerun for. Okay. Nuvi, okay. Fair. That's a fair point.
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
Well, the thing is right now is how many people of the Fontaine area are made of Oceanids? How many of them are human? Do they have mixed blood? Does mixed blood actually okay, how does mixing with an Oceanoid in the primordial water actually go into how they're tied to being either human or the other side? See, now this has become a race matter. Okay, so should we be racist just because of the Oceanids? Or no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna drag it that far.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
She's really more human than Mizeline. Kind of. I mean, I'm not gonna. You make a good point. Mezzelines are native to Fontaine, I believe. So, are they Oceanids or are they involved animals? Are they? Because it's very hard to. Because it does feel like Mezzelines are an evolved species naturally from Fontaine, so wouldn't be considered Oceanids. So, I feel like they would survive the purge of the flooding. If that's the case. If we now understand how the human situation works. So, rather than 50-50, it's 75-25 when it comes to population and civilization. Mezzelines would definitely live. Humans, half the humans would definitely die. So it's 75-25. Can't wait till you do this character story quest for Fontaine. All right, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back. No, I mean, she's mixed law dead, one species mod another. I didn't know she would be hitting fields tonight. I didn't know it would be hitting fields tonight. I didn't expect it to actually go on this long. I was going to switch games, but no. As soon as we reached this part, I was like, no, we got to keep going. As soon as Navia's situation started going, I started drinking, and now, well, I have a reason to keep drinking now.
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature.
Thanks to getting his power back.
We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry.
Just now.
Traveler, now that the Oratrice can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice.
You mean me?
The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine. The beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring Narwhal.
Narwhal. Rivers of this. So it wasn't a shadow dragon that was doing the damage.
Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
So Furina character story quest after this? No, we gotta do Lynette's, and then we gotta do Nouvelette's, then we gotta do Withersley, and then we'll do Furina. I would really want to do Furina story quest, but we gotta do it in order. Furina Hutal?
I've already done my best to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from the whale. Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless I can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the dragon's power. We shall look for an opening together. I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Opening box of Adeptitrix.
This guy moves like a slug. I don't like it.
Right here. Emerge. Right now. Nothing lasts forever.
The all-devouring Narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility. Chance will present itself.
Water jet!
Please not delay. Gonna suppress this.
Why is there a hole thingy over there? It looks really scary.
It's a part of the abyss.
Life goes on. Cast attack.
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Right now.
Final boss Skrillex? Yeah, apparently so.
Right here. Right now.
Is he gonna separate the seawater? Wait. Child? Who the hell are you?
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
Is this the Snezhnayan dragon?
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime. Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
Your master's pet.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Would take the all-devouring narwhal as a pet.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks. All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation.
Narwhal, narwhal, swimming in the ocean.
So what sort of person is your master? Well, Child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi? That sounds like a guy from Sumeru. Who?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfilnir then? Or Gold Rhine?
The Visionary and Rhine Dodai I've heard of.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhindaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them all.
So they're part of the Hexen Creole.
But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhindaughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos.
Wait, is it our fault that the primordial seawater is coming up? Wait, hold on.
In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Are these agents of the heavenly principles?
What?
There's little to be surprised about, Paimon. It is natural, after all. The prophecy will surely come true. We knew this and accepted it. However...
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Furina will remain, weeping on her throne.
The rains flooded the waters.
Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
But he forgave all their sins. So they should be fine. At least that's my hope.
Hey! Help! Over here!
The boats that they built. The Fortress of Meripede. Have you done any of this side stuff in the prison? A couple of them. I haven't done the missions in Fontaine, the character missions in Fontaine. But yeah, those boats are the Fortress of Meripede's transports. He got the ship up and running!
All hands, initiate emergency rescue!
They both got the ship up and running.
Hurry!
Hey, lend a hand!
Fribine. Lynette. Linny.
Look! The water's receding!
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
Furina finally got her trials that she wanted. For such a very long time. Oh. Just as the folklore said it would happen. Fuck. So did you enjoy the show? Yes. And then from there we just go to Natlan, right? Fuck. We talked to Farina, Nuvalet, Chlorind, Navia, and God damn it. Nice string of events. For any story quest you come after. It probably is very available right now, but fuck. Let's see. You mean just in general? Well, yeah, I know a lot of the story missions usually come after certain character chapter, certain story quest chapters. But yeah, I didn't do the other character story missions because I wanted to kind of get involved with the character, with the story missions, and it didn't get very real until the last one. But I don't know. Who knows when the next time I decide to play Genshin. I've been so involved in playing other games that I haven't been able to play Genshin for a while now. And now I'm emotional. I'm intoxicated. And fuck. Now I don't know what to do. Either I continue Linny's character quest and see where he gets at with the Phantom Weasel, or I log off stream and then I drink myself into a pit. Because now I'm sad now, and I'm happy now, and things got very emotional now. Those are the two choices I have. God damn it. There's so many missions that I need to do that are all side quests and stuff like that. I haven't been done yet. It involved story situation. Let's do the Phantom's reappearance.
Jimmy, no, this is not Jimmy. This is Magoo. Magoo the cat.
Knew that you would need that drink. Yes. You did call it out very early. I still feel like Dunyarzad storyline actually fucked me up more than the Fontaine storyline, but it was honestly on the same level. Dunyarzad fucking messed me up so much in Sumeru. Natlan is good, but gets a handicap since a good chunk of it was affected by the voice strike. Yeah, I've been told to play Natlan in the different voice actor situation, which I'm fine with doing, but the voice acting doesn't matter that much to me, as does the story. I'm not bothered by the voice acting situation, since the strike happened during the Natlan situation. But we do have to see what happens here. Lynette, what do you have to say?
You took your time.
Sorry, I bumped into the Traveler and Charlotte en route, and we ended up chatting for a while.
It's been a while, Lynette.
get ready for this fun suffering time in Natlan story. Well, we got the character missions in Fontaine to deal with now. I don't know when I'm going to deal with them, but we're going to keep going until my controller decides to die.
As Lenny's temporary assistance in the investigation of the Phantom Weasel.
Thank you. It's good to have you helping.
So, what's the situation? Have you seen Gemma?
Gemma. I retain audio better than reading, so I had struggles. Well, we'll see what happens. If Natlan's a lot of reading, I guess I can read it out loud. But we'll see.
Nope. I've been here a while, and she still hasn't shown up.
Unless you're referring to the Signora situation as before. We pay attention to the journals and they reveal a situation like that. I do retain a lot of audio stuff pretty well as well. So I can get why something like that would be important.
How bizarre. Maybe it was bad intel. Well, we won't get anywhere by standing around waiting. Traveler, Paimon, let's go ask around.
They're working on getting actors switched over to studios willing to work. Oh no, the terrible voice actor will be back? What do you mean?
Excuse me, good sir. Do you by any chance know a Gemma?
Gemma? You mean Caesar's fiance? Sure I do. What's this about?
I'm just trying to get a hold of her because I need her help with something. I heard she comes here a lot.
At Poisson?
Yeah, she does. Poor thing. It's no secret why either. She's heartsick. Ever since Caesar passed away, she's been coming here once every week to clean his grave. Often she just sits there in front of his headstone, lost in thought. Sometimes she talks to herself. I asked her what she was doing once. She said she wanted to speak to him again.
Wait a minute. They're just terrible. What the?
She knows he's gone and can't hear her from the grave, but she just likes to spend time there, telling her fiancé all about how her life is going.
And she's been doing this ever since Caesar passed away? Oh, so 10 years. Wow. Their love must have been really strong.
I'll bet. Caesar's reputation fell apart after his identity was revealed, so no one else visits his grave. Gemma's the only one who still thinks about him after all these years. I don't know if the mind lives on in the waters after death, but if it does, I'm sure Caesar must be grateful to have someone who remembers him fondly.
The people of Fontaine.
If I'm honest, I think this is all so unfair to poor Gemma. Her fiancé was a low-life crook. He doesn't deserve someone like her.
Wait, what?
Anyway, all of that said, she's running later than usual today. Normally, she'd be sitting in front of his grave by now. I wonder if she's okay. Well, that's everything I know, I'm afraid. You might have more luck asking some other
This man
people.
seems like a stalker. Lock him up.
All right, well, thanks for sharing all of this with us. We'll keep asking around.
You're welcome. I just hope she'll be able to move on one day.
Giuliano.
Did you hear the news? They're saying the Phantom Weasel's back.
You're kidding. Wait, isn't he dead?
I don't know anymore. All sorts of news flying around nowadays. I can never tell what's true and what isn't. But what if, just hypothetically, I mean, what if this weasel's the real deal and Caesar was framed?
Okay.
Called it. Seriously, 10 years ago, on the day it all went down, I said to myself, you know what? This guy's been set up. The Caesar I knew was a good guy. He gave balloons to children on the street, for Pete's sake. What, are we supposed to believe that he was a balloon thief or something? Give me a break.
I mean, he could have stolen balloons and given them to the children. Doesn't mean he didn't do that. But he also could have. So, does Furina need to be protected? We condone that we do not drown innocent people. That's all I gotta say about that.
Oh, please. Weren't you the one cursing his name to high heaven when the police announced the news? You were all, "Oh, that gosh darn lousy son of a, you think you know a guy," or words to that effect.
Wait, did I say that? I don't seem to recall.
Sorry to interrupt. Also, Hu Tao or Furina? Who do you think? Huh? It's obviously Hu Tao. I like Hu Tao for my personal reasons. Furina is for other reasons. Because the story makes me very sad. Hu Tao. Especially since the Chinese event happened. Chinese New Year's happened event. It made me very caring about getting Hu Tao. Sorry to interrupt.
Hello there. Sorry for disturbing you, but I couldn't help but notice you were discussing the Phantom Weasel. We're actually quite interested in this topic as well, but we're struggling to get to the bottom of it. Do you think you could spare a moment to tell us a little bit about Caesar?
You've come to the right people. Yep, I was there. Back when Caesar used to perform magic tricks on the street. He was a great magician. The best trick I ever saw him do was pop a transparent balloon, only for a whole bunch of doves to fly out from the inside. I was right up close and didn't blink or look away once, but for the life of me, I still don't have the faintest clue how he pulled it off. Really incredible stuff.
I saw him perform too. He always used to bring some gifts along for the kids who came to watch his show, and he'd hand them out after he was done. Sometimes, he even got the kids to write their wishes down, and then he'd make the items on the wish list appear in his next show.
I am a support main at heart. Having low health, being part of Hu Tao's kit was has always messed with me. I can understand that. It's like you're about to die, but you can do more damage. So balancing life and health and stuff like that would have been very risky. But also, you do more damage. I can see how that would be weird.
Huh. He doesn't sound like such a bad guy.
But after he died, there were also rumors that he used the wish list to find out what was precious to people, with the intent to steal it later. As I'm sure you know, the Phantom Weasel would steal just about anything from anyone.
Whatever the case, now that the Weasel is back, Caesar's become a hot topic once more.
Just get good or get a Zhongli to build the shield. The ultimate shield that Zhongli could build.
I bet Gemma must be pleased. If Caesar's name gets cleared, maybe it'll finally give her some solace after all this time.
I mean, there comes a lot of risk when it comes to like damage and health and low health characters, and usually people avoid that because everybody wants full health and as moderate damage as you could do. However, low health and high damage characters make differences in certain areas, especially if you're in dire straits. But that's just a tidbit of opinion.
No, speak of the devil. That's her over there. If you've got any more questions about Caesar, she's definitely the one to ask.
So that's Gemma. Is it just Paimon, or does it look like something's wrong? Wait, it looks like she's injured. Come on, let's see if she's okay.
Get. Tell me the get. Jim Jam Chablan the get.
Hi there. You're Gemma, right?
Are you gonna spend money again on Hutel when she gets a rerun? We gotta see what happens with this next banner that's about to come out. We gotta see what this Chinese New Year is gonna offer us and see if we can spend money during that time. But I'm neither gonna confirm or deny that money will be spent.
Who's asking?
Don't be afraid. We mean no harm.
And hopefully you don't lose the 50-50 when it comes to banner situations. Yeah, that's the one thing I gotta worry about.
It looks like you're injured. How bad is it?
I may have gotten Kalita in the ZZZ situation, which I really appreciate, because I've been wanting Kalita for a very long time, and lost Vivian in the process, but I don't give a fuck about Vivian. But hopefully I don't lose the 50-50 when it comes to maybe the next pool. But if I do lose it, I hope it's somebody I actually care about.
Thanks for your concern, but you didn't answer my question. Who are you, and what do you want with me?
My name is Linny, and this is my sister Lynette.
My name's Paimon, and this here's the Traveler. We're investigating the Phantom Weasel.
The Weasel posted a warning letter this morning. If he still lives, that means that Caesar was falsely accused. You knew Caesar better than anyone else. So if you're willing, we'd love to hear what you think about all this.
You got Dia instead of Hutel on her last rerun? I did! And I was very disappointed about it. It's like, oh, it's Dia from the story in Sumeru. So I'm like, half and half, like, oh, it's Dia from Sumeru, but also it's Dia. And not Hutel. I was very broken about it.
I promise you can trust us. We won't hurt you. In fact, we'll do all we can to keep you safe.
I never believed that he was the Weasel.
Is she the cow?
Huh. I suspected as much. Okay, so going back 10 years, do you remember anything strange in the weeks leading up to the accident? Did Caesar have a falling out with anyone, for instance?
No, not that I know of.
Got it. All right, sorry for disturbing you.
If you don't have any more questions, please leave. I want to be alone with him.
Then Hutel Chinese New Year event?
Judging by the look on her face, there's definitely something fishy about her.
I did like her new outfit in the Chinese New Year event. It looked very casual, honestly, in Leeway. And that made it blend in very well. Her regular Hutel uniform honestly makes her stand out more than wearing the Chinese New Year costume event. Because it makes her stand out a little bit less, which is weird. So that very casual outfit, honestly, probably worth it.
She's lying. She definitely knows something.
Perhaps she simply doesn't trust me. Doesn't trust us.
That's fair. We're just a bunch of strangers who showed up and started questioning her about things that happened a whole decade ago. It makes sense that she'd be wary around us. In any case, I doubt we'll get any further here, so let's call it a day. Meet me outside Hotel de Boer tomorrow, and then we'll start the next step of our plan.
Well, either way, you will be spending money on Hu Tao again. What do you mean, again? That's not what happens. I don't spend money on gacha. That's not something that happens. Because if you get her, you need to get her outfit. I never once said that I was going to spend money on Hu Tao if she became a banner situation. I've never said that. That is a lie. Wait, what? Linny, where the hell are you? So you don't want Hu Tao? I didn't say that. Somebody else said that. Who are you talking to? I skipped Hu Tao every time?
Over here.
Wow. You are judged. That's all I'm gonna say.
Lynette's not joining us today?
I've had her follow Gemma and see if we can make any inroads with her. They should be at a cafe right now. Still, I don't think that Gemma's likely to open up to us. So, we need a contingency plan.
Where should we start?
Today, we'll be looking into a guy named Lorenzo, Caesar's former pupil and assistant. When Caesar passed away, all the stolen goods discovered in his home were confiscated and returned to their rightful owners. But Lorenzo was the only one privy to all his magic secrets, and he inherited his craft. Before long, Lorenzo was the next big magician in town, his fame surpassing even that of his master, and it made him very wealthy. He's since left the magic scene, though, and these days, he's a wealthy businessman with his fingers in a lot of different pies. I had to pull a lot of strings, but I managed to get him to agree to a couple of drinks with me. Be warned, though, I hear he's got a hair-triggered temper. We'd best be careful.
Talk to Lorenzo at the hotel. You're just gonna say it out loud, huh? Just say the quiet part out loud. Of course she is.
You neglected to mention that you were bringing 2 other people with you.
My apologies. These 2 are my assistants. When they heard that I was meeting with the former Magic Maestro himself, they begged and pleaded with me to bring them along. And if it's no trouble, a couple of autographs would really make their day.
Oh, forget the pleasantries, just sit.
He's so fucking... this man has a stick up his ass about nobility and stuff like that. Pleasantries and... Which is why every time I do a co-op with him, I bring... He mocks me this way. Knowing my luck. Anyway.
Get a load of this guy. Forget the pleasantries, he says, but he looks pretty happy about Lenny stroking his ego.
I did not notice.
I only agreed to meet since we're both magicians. Do me a favor and cut to the chase. I have more important things to do than drinking.
Much obliged, sir. As it happens, the matter I want to address is also related to
Really?
magic. Yesterday morning, a warning letter from the Phantom Weasel appeared on the entrance to the Opera House. He claims to be planning something for the same evening that I'm scheduled to do a magic show there. As such, I believe that I may well be his target. I have to get to the bottom of this to ensure that my show can go ahead as planned. Naturally, any investigation into the Weasel starts with a few questions about Caesar, who...
What is there to investigate?
He immediately wants to fight this.
Caesar was the Weasel, and he's been dead for 10 years. So what if some sick creep thought it'd be funny to write a warning letter? It changes nothing. Are you trying to tell me you actually bought it?
Well, this is the Phantom Weasel. Somebody who hasn't been caught, but has been tried, but hasn't been proven, I think.
Please, sir, no need to get so worked up. I do concede that a copycat is but one possibility.
Possibility? It's a fact, Lenny. Look, my patience is limited, so listen carefully while I'm still willing to put up with you. The Weasel is dead. Period. Everyone knows that, so do yourself a favor and quit this investigation. It'll lead you nowhere. Look, if this affects your magic show in any way, I will personally compensate you for any losses.
I provoked you into bringing Hu Tao out.
Oh, sir, I'm honored, really. But this isn't about finances for me.
I provoked you. I made you bring out the Hu Tao. Because I said somebody doesn't matter. Like, I think it's one of those reasons where, like, ah, there's the knave. Don't care about them. That's when you bring out the Hu Tao. Ah, Nouvelet. There he is. I don't care about him. Bring out the Hu Tao. Pretty sure that's how it worked when it came to the story situation. It's like, I don't know these characters. I don't know who you're bringing out. This doesn't matter. Bring out the Hu Tao. Just to drive the drill in.
My pride as a magician is what's at stake here, Lorenzo. Copycat or not, this person has thrown me the gauntlet, and I must meet their challenge head on.
I mean, Lynette is definitely... Linny is definitely in the right mindset. Somebody has thrown the gauntlet down to challenge him. So Hu Tao win? Well, we gotta wait for the banner to come back. Anyway, Linny is definitely right. Somebody has thrown him the gauntlet, so he's gotta meet the challenge head on. Just straight up what he's... Straight up facts.
Your pride? Don't mince words with me, boy. Just tell me, what exactly are you seeking to do?
I want to find out the Phantom Weasel's true identity. I have to know for myself what really happened 10 years ago.
And this is Linny's pride. Maybe kind of in the way, but also... He makes facts. He believes in what he's doing is right. And he's gonna lay all of his chips in to try and prove that he's right.
What would that accomplish? And what do the events of 10 years ago have to do with you anyway? Look, you of all people should know that a magician never reveals their secrets. And in any case, dead men don't talk. So if you really care about your magician's pride, then you'll forget about Caesar and move on.
And I do realize that the knave situation about talking about his pride is also very relevant into what he's saying now. But you know Linny does believe that he's doing the right thing, and he'll do whatever he can to try and solve the situation as much as he can. I mean, he joined the Fatuia Harbingers simply because of the knave that protected his sister. So as long as he sees the right path, he's going to do what he needs to make sure that the right thing is done. And I think that's Linny as a character.
Uh-oh, this is getting awkward.
Renzo? Is that? Oh, it is you! I know that big, booming voice anywhere. What's up, my man? Want to grab a drink with me?
Another day, I'm busy.
Oh, come on. You can't be all business all the time. You know what they say? Live fast, die young. You gotta learn how to kick back and relax once in a while.
If I wanted your life advice, I'd ask for it. Now get out of my face and go be drunk somewhere else.
Sorry, my good sir. I don't believe I've had the pleasure.
Oh, hey! Edmondo. He and I are business pals. We worked together a bunch of times. This is your first time meeting him? Oh, he's always like this. Foul-mouthed and hard-nosed. Never heard a kind word out of this guy the whole time I've known him. And he wonders why he can't get a girlfriend, despite being, what, pushing 40, 30, something? Anyway, point is, a lot older than when he first got rejected by the girl he was into. And he's still into, from what I hear.
Is that Gemma?
Shut up and get out of my face. Another word out of you and you can forget about doing business with me ever again. Do I make myself clear?
Sorry, I may have had a little too much to drink. All right, I'm gonna leave. Don't work too hard.
I think it's high time I made a move as well. If you really want to investigate this, Linny, be my guest. But if nothing good comes of it, don't say I didn't warn you.
Well, that fell to pieces in a rather spectacular fashion. Any thoughts?
There's something strange about him.
Totally. And what was all that about compensating you for your losses? Why would someone you just met make an offer
That
like
is
that?
weird.
He's gotta be hiding something. And not like Gemma. She was a little suspicious, but this guy's definitely covering something up.
I think so too. We need to look into Lorenzo more closely. That guy Edmondo seems to know a thing or two about him. He only just left. Let's see if we can catch up with him.
Alright, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back.
Forget about me. What did you want? This is exactly.
Forget about me. This is about what you want.
What did you want exactly?
Art is the key ingredient in fine dining.
Forget about me.
This is about what you...
Is there time for a quick snack? I'll whip one up in no time.
Okay. Let's go again.
Gooba, get them!
We gotta find Edmondo. This guy definitely knows something. Oh, he's right outside the door. What the f—
You okay there?
Who are you? Oh, it's you guys. Don't worry about me. I must have had one too many. I just need to ride it out.
Okay, well, you want to know something funny about the Farina and Hu Tao thing? Okay. Tell me. Tell me now. Okay. But, you know, I thought, I thought my counterpart that I found at Genshin was locked in. However, I think I might have found my other counterpart, Edmondo.
I say way too much back there, didn't I? Yeah, I nearly talked myself into complete financial ruin. Note to self, no more drunken chats when Lorenzo's around.
I think I've met my drinking counterpart.
So, he was serious about threatening to cut you off? Paimon knew he was a bad
Farina is a
egg.
perfect support for Hu Tao. We got one or the other, huh?
Hey, just keep your voice down.
We either got the damage or we got the support. God damn it. I need them both now.
Don't go prying into Lorenzo's personal affairs. Bad things happen to people who ask too many questions or make an enemy out of him.
What kind of bad things?
Don't even ask. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut this conversation short. I'm not crossing that line again. And take it from me, trouble with Lorenzo is one thing you don't need in your life. You saw him flare up back there. I don't know what you said to him, but clearly it touched a nerve. That's not a good sign. You're too young for this. Don't get in over your head. I'm leaving.
Makes a fair point.
And there he goes. What do we do now, Lenny?
Farina can drain HP in here, plus set Hu Tao up for VAP combos. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
Shh. I think we're being watched. Someone was listening in to our whole conversation.
Like the guy in the background.
Don't say anything and don't look back. Any altercation in the city will attract the guards. We'd better take this elsewhere.
Nice and spicy.
It's very interesting that situation. Ultimate can boost damage in a low health situation. while her ability, or like general ability, is active. That sounds actually really good. Keep you in low enough health to do as much damage as you can. While her ultimate boosts damage. It's like the combo of me using Jiling and Yai Miko. Ultimates. An ability situation. But she can make Hu Tao stronger? Interesting. Interesting. Where are we going? The Fontaine of Lizuine, so we're taking the Navia line to the Upper Epicles. You seen Furina's healing for yourself? I mean, yeah, I can see why it kind of works.
Welcome to the court of Fontaine. Please watch your step.
Alphane. Alphane has probably become my favorite Mescaline in all my travels in
The Aquabus is now departing. Passengers.
Well, she's my
please
second
prepare
favorite.
for departure.
Mescaline
All you need to do
in
is select a
Fontaine.
comfortable seat in accordance with your preferences and settle into a relaxing position. The two lines in operation are leisurely paced, medium-speed aquabuses. Even if you have not taken your seat, you are unlikely to lose your balance and fall.
Plus, she can also walk.
There stands Opera Epicles, the pinnacle of all professional employment in Fontaine. To join, one must pass rigorous cultural, artistic, etiquette, and legal exams. Of course, a salary and benefits are also something ordinary people could only dream of.
On water.
If any passengers
Yes, I've seen
are
the
interested,
videos.
You could consider registering at Pali Mermonia to try your luck. This is Marcotte Station, the terminal of the Navian Line. It is my duty as a professional tour guide to advise against exploring the ruins of the Fontaine Research Institute. Since the incident, there are many unknown hazards in the area, and much unclaimed property belonging to the Institute. With this said, today's passengers seem to be more up to the challenge than most. Have a pleasant onward journey and enjoy your time here. Decide whether pyroslime tastes better with salt and pepper.
And Alphane keeping it real as fuck. As it should be. The world as it should have been. Here we go. Lenny, what are we meeting?
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
Yes, I know.
So you're Lenny. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going.
Painter De
Capiche?
Niro.
Looks like we can't avoid this fight. Now, I'm not the strongest fighter, so I hope you're ready to back me up.
Don't worry, we got this!
Is he actually fighting? He is fighting. He's a bow user.
Now disappear!
God damn it, why does he have to be a bow user?
Curses. They're tougher than we thought. Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady. Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet! Oh, they got away! Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
Could it be Gemma?
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
Well, if that's the case, she should be more willing to open up to us once she learns that those thugs won't be bothering her anymore. Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
The cafe at Croissant or the cafe at the other place in I'm forgetting the name. In the main city. In the Quarter Fontaine. I still feel like I need to make pulls for Navia. But I don't have enough for a 10 pull yet. I only have 2. How sad. Did she really attain an honest little coffee shop? Oh, this one. Gemma with Lynette.
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of your own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Sonde. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since.
Sonde? Really?
I also know that the Fleuve Sonde is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
We've been there multiple times.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright, power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
But throughout this entire situation with the Fontaine drowning situation, I know where the Flundrous Sedura is. By natural muscle memory. You know, I talked about how I had trouble figuring out what the map situation with Fontaine was. However, spending so much time in Fontaine, I've realized where a lot of these areas are. His workshop was right here?
If Gemma gave us the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first.
You help Lenny move the boxes inside us. They know it's been here in a long time.
There we go. It should be just down here.
Alright, we start with the team and see where it goes. Alright, Lenny. What do you got for us?
Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here, just normal magic props. Let's head in further. What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
Step right up.
Wheel of Life. Right now.
Now disappear!
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing. There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
And voila!
Yeah, I'm skipping a little bit of it.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Okay. There we go. What is over here?
Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Alright, we can continue forward.
That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
Linny, what are you looking at?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... and... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Come on out. Right here. Right now.
Hey, yeah!
Okay.
Step right up. Here comes the finale.
Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead.
Also, since you missed getting the new Gaming New Year event, Hutel and Farida have met. Nope.
If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
The placement of this device inside. If I remember correctly...
He steps in. Pretty much becomes an Iron Maiden, I think, is what's gonna happen. But we might see what's gonna happen next. Oh, hold on. One of the funny things is that Zhongli, really? Fuck.
Seems like we can't step on the same tile twice. Guess we've got to finish it in one run, huh?
Fuck. Fuck. Okay, nope. Also, he has major skill issues.
Let's go somewhere cooler.
Actually, let's hold on. Fuck. But this puzzle is very easy. Yeah, I see it now. Now that I'm paying attention to what's going on.
Rise.
Wow! There's a hidden room here!
Caesar's diary.
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
About the wish lists.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat? Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely.
You can tell how sincere he is with his magic, because he doesn't talk about his business yet. But we're gonna see how far it goes.
Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. They seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
Is this Lynn and Lynette?
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic.
Oh my god, you're a Lenny. So, wait, hold on. If the Phantom Weasel was proven as Caesar, does that mean Lenny is trying to prove that Caesar is dead and the new Phantom Weasel is a copycat? Is that what the storyline is going to be?
They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan.
Is this their magic teacher? Is Caesar the magic teacher? So the Phantom Weasel that they've been trying to chase after is either a copycat or a degenerate that they never have been able to prove to be innocent. Or their teacher at all. So this is like a frame job being proven to be somebody else.
They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of master.
Lenny is proving his master innocence. God damn it, Lenny. That's why I have a problem with hating him. I should hate him, but he does such a good job of being a good person.
With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through.
Caesar was a good person.
Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed.
About the farewell.
It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon.
The Phantom Weasel was not the Weasel. He was just an honest magician doing what he can to make the people of Fontaine happier by just a little bit of magic.
It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied.
It's apparently a fear stream for you. Yes.
That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them.
This makes me fear more for Caesar than the kids. It's like we've been given the information about Lenny and Lynette as being very hard right from the beginning, especially with Lynette's situation about being an offering to aristocrats. That was probably a very fair share of how hard they have been dealing with this, but Caesar's being introduced to this now, and it shows that it shows that we haven't known Lenny as well as we think we do. At the same time, it's like we know what he's gone through. We understand why he's so gung ho about his whole situation. When it comes to Lynette and Fremine and his family.
After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said.
Well, considering how locked in Lenny is with this whole storyline with Caesar is, I don't think he's forgotten any bit of it. He's trying to take it to heart and put it into his entire situation. He knows that Caesar was a good person and tried not to lie to him.
Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business.
He knows that Caesar is not the weasel. And he would bet his life on it.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny.
Rendezvous with Linny.
Hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Oh, he's so distracted by the things that could happen.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed. First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance.
Oh, that's what Lynette was going for.
Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
Very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking, what do you mean?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the opera house. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least. And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
The most ultimate trick that could, if somebody could pull it off, somebody could.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it.
See, the amount of imagination when it comes to magician tricks is how you can pull off this level of imagination. Magicians come with like a lot of imagination, and how they pull it off and how they succeed are based entirely on just on imagination. And it rebounds back into somebody has an idea and somebody could probably pull it off, but we don't know who yet.
Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trapdoor onto the opera house roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape.
Oh. The full performance is what counts as the magician's trick.
Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician, but unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess. I looked into the case files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
Why would Caesar pretend to be right-handed?
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand.
Okay, but a magician would lie about that as much as they could in order to trick the audience. But at the same time, does that make sense? Because, well, it makes sense in the context that they want to trick the person, but, okay, we'll just continue.
But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion.
See, the thing about this is, I'm thinking about how you want to lead an audience and how you kind of want to perceive the audience and how you want to be the audience. And so, I'm saying the opposite of what I want to say about obvious facts. So, just to lure it to the fact that I'm lying to the audience.
The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Maybe someone exploited that fact against him.
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
Unless they knew the whole situation that was going to go on.
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side. Isn't that right, Lorenzo?
Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
The long-lost faithful one.
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst!
Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Yeah!
Life goes on. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Guoba, get them!
Orders given. Orders received. Faster.
Go!
Emerge.
Okay, he just got ended by Lenny.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician.
Lorenzo.
He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it?
Lenny has never cared about Mora once. He cares about the entertainment of the people who watch the magic he does. That is 100% what Lenny thinks.
But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
Why didn't you just leave?
He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me.
I don't think he would have. He would have said something once, and then would have said nothing after that. That's what I think he would have done.
I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way, that the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world.
And I think he believed that entirely.
I never bought into any of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
But I heard that the Phantom Weasel stole from the rich and poor alike.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much he was worth.
Well, that's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
What the fuck? This man had really locked in the whole situation with Caesar and... Fuck. Come on, man. You had a redemption period for like a couple seconds and... Nope. This man locked in. What the fuckery?
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
Now you're feeling anger? A little bit. This fucker should die. He didn't give a chance to other people or other decisions or other like leeway. This man, Lorenzo, is an extremist. Yes, I know I told him to die, but that's like there was no end or buts with this character. And that's all I'm going to say about that. There's no if, ends, or buts. That is a very good leeway with their character. If, and, or buts. I'm going to take a piss. I'll be right back.
Most humans could have the entirety of their fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short lines.
I think
their stories really
for
make
now,
for terribly dull reading.
I definitely... Oh no. Nuxtaku is streaming apparently. Well, he is from America now. He is an American citizen, as people can talk about. But yeah, I definitely, I think I need to end stream for now. It has been a time as well, simply because, well, I have been drinking very much. And I hope they have enjoyed the stream so far. I definitely need to turn off the situation that's happening, apparently. My controller is about to die. Hold on. Hold on. We leave domain. We might be safe when.
Personally, I think the idea of things staying
Yeah,
the
I'm
same
fucked
forever
up right
is
now.
quite beautiful. Oh, but alas, that is simply not the way the world works.
I want to eat chicken that I've been saving for a while now. Lorenzo. Okay, let's see what happens now. We continue with the story. And see what happens with Linny. In the Fontaine situation. So we're gonna postpone the leaving of Genshin Impact for now. All right, what happens? Those drinks really helped you.
Lily has told me the whole story.
Bruno.
Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because they'll be hell to pay.
Looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
Is it because of the connection with the Hydro Archon that we have a basic, like a lifeblood that exists in the background, where a lot of these situations are just kind of tied up based on our Hydro connection. Because a lot of the stuff is not facts, you know, a lot of stuff is not like proven in court, but a lot of this stuff is proven through the connection of the Hydro Archon, which is a weird sort of proof that the Hydro Archon is a lie. Hydro Archon, Hydro Dragon to cry. Explains the situation to Lynette and Gemma. Okay. I think I should end stream. Because I am thinking about multiple situations now, rather than thinking about connecting myself to the Hydro Archon. So I'm gonna end stream now.
Most
Because,
humans could
well,
have the
I don't know what to
entirety
do
of their
next.
fleeting lives chronicled in but a few short
I did
lines.
try to go to the Hydro
Their
Archon,
stories
but
really make for terribly
apparently
dull reading.
I do like the situation of going to the Hydro Archon physically, but however, I gotta run through an entire situation in order to make connection with the Hydrocon earnestly. So, anyway, I'm gonna end stream for now. And as such, I think I'm gonna take the rest of the time off and do something else. So anyway, I gotta remake the entire situation for my end stream situation because my fucking OBS got a mega crash, and I gotta remake all profiles, all situations, all little tidbits of information. I gotta remake the neural reactivation, the neural react counter as a part of the situation that happened. Anyway, I am gonna take out for today. I hope you had a great time. Supposedly, my controller is about to die. But anyway, I hope you had a great time. And, well, that's the stream for now. I am gonna eat some food. Probably. I don't know. I haven't decided about that yet. Probably should. But anyway, I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I am pulling up the file. Anyway, I hope you had fun. All right. Bye-bye.